I have a question for you. Social security number? We should start with that, I think. Full name. Okay, so you fucking got him. Hell yeah.
And your home address?
Yeah. And your mother's maiden name. Thank you. I don't want to tell you if you don't know. That's your job to remember that, Mr. DM. What is it then? Mm, Isn't it Katrina? Like, doesn't it rhyme?
Katrina Bobina.
Katrina's. Yeah.
P5 Hofina.
Angela's dead. What does that mean?
What?
Angela's dead. What does her last name matter?
That's true. Wait, does other party know that?
Who's Katrina?
No, something else. Yeah, but do they know about Angela? 'Cause I
Oh,
think
that girl.
yeah, I knew her. Okay, I knew her like name, like. Oh, I'm only human. Yes. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, how are they learning more than us? We're literally with them.
Oh yeah,
Like,
I told Newt about us buying the like young adult novels and stuff like that, and then reading them because like he actually asked me, he's like, "Oh, did you come across those books?" And I'm like, "Oh my god, they were there just in general, not just because I asked."
oh, really?
Yeah, I can't wait to read them.
Ah, just a little bit. Oh yeah, Rich, we can't hear you on stream. It's okay. He didn't say anything worth knowing, guys. It's fine.
Okay.
Thank you for pointing it out.
Thank you.
Chat.
I have no idea. It's been doing this since the update. I love it. But yes, hi
Windows
guys.
updates.
I'm Rich. I'm the Dungeon Master. I am joined by Lucy, aka Charlie, who's in the top right. Shane, aka Boggs, who's in the bottom right, and Newt, who's in the who's aka Fendrion / Iden, who's in the bottom left.
Oh yeah.
And I was just talking about how in this game that there are like Heroes of the Seven, Heroes of Past, and both parties knows about them.
Some of us just deal more directly with them. That's all.
Some of them have actually
We're
met
more
them,
concerned.
met them, and worked for them. The other ones reading the young adult smut model novels about them.
So we saw those novels like not that long ago when we went to the library.
Yeah.
Because we were looking for information on them, and they were like, "Oh, here's these young adult novels," and we're like, "No, we want actual stories, like not this.
I
Give
mean,
us like truth."
that's what Charlie was looking for, but like apparently this little small town doesn't have a library, which is just like the biggest sin to a wizard. So like
sweet, we are
in Shreveport.
Yeah, we are doing well. You know, yeah. Yeah, Shreveport doesn't really have a library. They're like a commerce trade, like they're like a trade hub from like the mountains and like the furriers and stuff. They're like the first major trade hub from like the wilderness into major.
They're like, yeah, they're the first like trade hub that leads to Belmits.
Yeah.
Everything goes to Belmits.
All roads lead to Belmits.
I mean,
and we know that we're coming close to it.
Yeah, you guys are close. I think both parties are actually pretty close to it. like both parties are heading in that direction.
Hey, at least now it doesn't matter because then there's no names, so
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
doesn't mess anything up.
I just had to like double check that. If I'm like, okay. Street person, do you not even have a priest who has books he loans out, like in a live action? Unfortunately, they have not yet run across him.
Wait, there is one.
Of course, there is. I would say because like it's very. I might just. He is spicy. And he is in a encounter table that you guys haven't reached yet. That he basically. You guys ever see like you take a book, leave a book things like in some places like
Oh, the
Yeah.
little book libraries
Yeah.
or like the
He's basically a traveling that.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
So
That's cool.
he goes around. It's like, do you want to trade books? And if you trade a book, you have a chance to get in a book. And it kind of
That'd be a cool character to play as too.
yeah.
Like, that kind of idea.
Oh, like half.
Like,
No, go on.
no, I was gonna say my characters are never that well thought of. I start a character and I'm like, okay, it's gonna do this thing, and then like 2 sessions in, I'm like, you're completely different than what you were supposed to be.
Yeah,
Who are you?
100%.
You
I was like, oh, I have all these cool like when I first made my character, like because it's a changeling, spoiler alert, I had like other personalities that I was like, oh, I could use these after like the party finds out, because I kept it sort of a secret.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I just didn't talk about it. And then now I've just been like, no, they wouldn't change. So I'm literally useless as a changeling. It's like, you want me to change? Nah, I'm good. I'm fine. Why would I be anyone other than me? I'm amazing.
Yeah. No, definitely. I was definitely like when that mimic knocked you out, I was like, oh shit, this mimic does. I was like, oh.
I was
Fucking
trying.
outed by a mimic.
Honestly, I was trying to like stay away from combat, sort of, because I was like, I know that that's going to happen at some point.
Yeah.
And I had in my head all of these like ideas of like, oh, when like it's finally like revealed, like a reason, like, and when we had talked, you said like around session 10, I think, or something, was like when you were like, you should like let it drag out for a while.
Yeah.
And like, I think it was our first session live when the Black Mantle was like, someone step up, blah blah blah, and Eden put her wings out.
Yeah.
I was like, I was gonna try to pretend to be the guy in the cave. I was like, oh, I could do that. But then I was like,
it's too soon.
yeah, exactly. I was like, no, we'll wait.
Yeah.
Make it have more.
Well, did the mimic like kill you or just knock you out?
I was unconscious.
It knocked him out, and part of the thing I talked when we were building the character was like, he has trained as changelings. Whenever you're unconscious, you kind of like.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was changelings. Whenever they die, they go back to their
No,
form.
if you're
not just when they're
unconscious,
unconscious.
If you're
or sleeping.
well, if you're unconscious or sleeping as the race, as like the actual NPCs and like creatures you can encounter, yeah, when you die, because they don't all get death saving throws. Some of them do.
Yeah.
Which I think threw some of you guys for a loop. Charlie.
Well, I mean, that bitch rolled 2 nat 20s on death saves. Why can't I ever do that?
I don't know, and I was like, this is unbelievable. I think I even like I have to show you guys that this is what like it was a nat. I'm like, I was like, how do I roll?
I cannot believe that. Like,
it actually took me a minute to realize too. I'm like, oh, she's like, okay, like let's roll death saves. Let's see what happens. That's like for shits and giggles. Like it wasn't like for shits and giggles. I'm like, she's somewhat important. She's important to both parties, so I was like, let's give her death saves. I'm like, she's probably just going to stabilize, and if they don't actually, like, if you guys don't actually coup de grace her, she was going to come back, like, in a little bit later. But then she rolled a nat 20. I didn't even have I'm like, what is she going to do? Major illusion, invincible, like, she'd been invisible, then she did. No, she did a minor illusion, and then she just snuck away. And she rolled really good on both her things.
Yeah, like Sweet said, if I'm sleeping, I technically should change back, but Rich and I talked about backstory reasons, which you don't get to know, of why I can stay in this thing. I just like my picture or my character in my head is just like separate entities, sort of. Like, they're, I think I said this to Lucy. It's sort of like dissociative identity disorder, where it's like, here's this person, here's this one. They don't really interact. Like, they're not the same, but they are. And
Yeah.
there's been times where it's confusing.
Under the race it says shape changer. You stay in this new form until you use an action turver or until you die.
Oh. Well, I like being unconscious, though.
I mean, like, I'm not saying it's the wrong way to play it. I'm just saying, like, I've played a changeling before, so I was just like, wait a second, that doesn't sound right. Either I was playing it wrong or this is wrong.
Let me look
I thought that changelings weren't shape changers.
Yeah,
though.
the shape changers. Changelings is different than shape changers.
Yeah, I know, but, like, the trait under changeling is called shape changer.
Oh, so let me...
Yeah, you have to use your action to turn into something else. And, like, the way that I've done it, or at least in my head, is, like, someone that I've seen.
Yeah.
So, like, that's the, like... I mean, I don't know if it's, like... I don't know. See, that's the thing. Like, I don't know how obvious certain things about it are. Because, like, Fengion is made up. He's not a... Like... It's just some dude I saw on the street one time, basically. So it's like, none of that is real. Like, it's so it's like, I mean, he has a backstory, and I have everything.
Yeah. So my question, what do you think Fengion's going to do if he ran across that guy again?
I'd probably just run, to be honest, or just like kill him. I don't know. I think I'd just run.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think he'd know what to do. I'd be like,
fucking
wow.
gaslight him, make everybody think that he's
it's a changeling. That would be great. I've thought about that before. I was like, what if I do, like, just run into someone like that?
That's very interesting, sweet.
Ooh, what?
He said, by the way, not sure if you want to know this, but it's his home rule. Changelings in my role need double the calorie intake that non-changeling.
Oh.
So, like, in order to change that form, so if you want to mass up and get bigger, you need to eat that mass.
That makes sense.
Oh, her.
That's kind of a cool aspect too, of like kind of a way to give it away if like they're eating a mass amount of food, like, and they're like a skinny person or something. It's like, fuck is going on with this person? Because there was a couple things that I was like, oh, the party will totally realize, like, one of the main things being that I don't have dark vision and I'm playing a half elf. So anytime that there was a dark room, bye Shane forever. Anytime that there was a dark room, I was like, oh man, I can't see in here. And I was just like, really wish I could see.
So not like you have to eat the weight you gain, it's just that you burn. Okay, that makes sense. Like, you know. That's definitely
I played in a campaign where there was one of the characters in our party was a changeling, and like prior to joining the game, because I kind of joined in a little bit late, one of my friends who was DMing the game, who brought me into it, was telling me about the party that he DMs for, and he was like, yeah, one's a changeling, but nobody knows that they're a changeling. And then I ended up getting into the game, and like I had to like separate that knowledge from my character's knowledge of like, nobody knows they're a changeling, I can't out them. But like I completely forgot, like, I don't know, just wiped it from my mind. I did not even know that they were a changeling until they came out with it. I'm like, oh fuck, I forgot that was a thing that I actually knew.
Job.
You did really good at not metagaming to complete. Like,
yeah, but like the way that like it kind of gave it away a little bit was like they were playing an elf, but like they didn't have dark vision, so like, but they had a familiar that they had dark vision through, so like they could pretend.
Yeah,
it's so weird that changeling doesn't get dark vision, like, to me, because it's like,
it's definitely like almost like a staple of so many races now as well. Like,
yeah, it seems like there's like lurk in the shadows kind of thing. So it's like, but I mean, I like it from that aspect of like, why is that elf not able to see in the dark? Like, before the game started, when we were making our characters, Allison was like, oh, I'm gonna be a changeling.
Oh, I know.
And so and I had like this all planned out and stuff. So I like DM'd her and was like, hey, I'm gonna play a changeling. I'm fine if like I don't care if you do as well. I'm just like, so we talked about it, and she's like, oh, I won't. And then like in the group chat or whatever at one point, she was like, are you still a changeling? Like, are you still going to play that
I
changeling? And I was
know.
like, no,
I
don't talk. I was like,
don't-
no, I'm playing something else.
Yeah, I know. I was like, I kind of wanted to go and
Oh my
delete the
God.
message real quick, but I didn't get to it in time.
It's okay.
But I was like,
It wasn't like that big of a deal
No.
if people didn't know.
yeah.
I don't know. Shane, were you actually like, did people know, or were you actually like, what the fuck's going on?
Oh, I had no idea. I
Nice.
remember
Okay.
when I was making my character. At first, I think Rich said that there was one of you was a changeling, and then I messaged him to like confirm that there was someone else who was like one of the cast out
Yeah.
races, and he's like, "Oh no, never mind."
Yeah.
He changed. I'm like,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. 'Cause, like,
Yeah.
Leave me all alone.
yeah. He was like, oh yeah. I'm like, oh yeah. 'Cause I think. Though I'm really happy with how Boggs came. Why does my camera
Yeah.
do this every time? Came out and how all that's working with your loyalty to the people up north.
Yeah, it's interesting to
Yeah.
see Boggs handling.
Oh yeah.
I just like Boggs doing normal everyday things. It's great. Like, just, oh man. Like, I think the best way to sum up Boggs is like when Shane couldn't make it, and you're like, oh, he just starts eating these seeds in this thing. I was like, that makes sense. Like, that's very Boggs thing to do.
In character, totally, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, just seeds, just nature. I was like, that's one of the things I struggle with the most. I think is when like a player is gone, I would have to like act the player out. I'm like, because it's really hard for me to not act because I know some stuff about you. I know you guys' backstories. I'm like, I don't know what I can say and can't say. My filter doesn't work like that. Versus NPCs, I can just play and like, oh yeah, they should know this and this. Just when a player, I feel so bad about that player agency. How long have we been playing? We've been playing, I think close to 6 months.
Has it
Yeah,
really been
that's
that
what
long?
I think.
Yeah, like, cause we did about like 3 months of pre-game setup.
Oh, true.
Like, so like we did a
thought
month.
Oh, like 5 sessions, something like that.
Yeah,
4 or 5 sessions.
We did about
4 stream.
4 or 5 sessions just before the stream. So that was about a month, and then we did a month of just character setup, and we did a month of the tryouts.
Yeah.
Um,
Because we all auditioned to be on here.
yeah,
Yeah.
I was.
I know.
Go
I
on.
had my first like meeting with you was on 9/11, I think.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, they were like, you said there were like over 100 applicants, right?
174 applicants is what I was the final
Jesus.
count. You got indeed.
Oh my
Haha.
god.
I got-
Losers.
Yeah, got into it when I was 13, and then again at 18.
Yeah, how long?
Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that, sweet. It's one of the things I think that needs to change most in the D&D world is that. Hopefully you can find a good party to play with.
Sexism in D&D.
Yeah.
I mean, that's rampant in everything, but
It
D&D
really-
it does seem
Yeah, I've
kind
been
of
playing.
funky.
I've been playing for like 6 or 7 years now, and like the first group that I played with for the first like 4 or 5 years, I only had like this one group that I played with. It was the same DM every time, and like he was like a very fanatical religious person, and like his wife was one of the players in the campaign, and he always like gave her special treatment and stuff like that, like made her character untouchable and shit like that.
Geez.
Couples
And
in
then,
D&D
like-
is horrible.
Yeah, it's just, it made me feel icky. And then like also he would like, my characters specifically, he'd be like super sexist with them and stuff like that, and like the majority of the problems in his world were like sexism, racism, shit like that. And I'm like, I'm in a fantasy world, I don't want to deal with this here as
yeah.
well. Can we maybe make something better?
I mean, that brings up a good point. How do you guys... Because in this world, it is kind of gritty realism in some aspects, and you guys... Like, Boggs deals with it sometimes.
I like being racist towards Boggs.
Yeah.
occasionally. Just because
I-
it's so ironic. Like, oh, you fucking
I-
weird northerner.
Yeah.
I try to throw in some like anti-elf things at you,
Yeah.
Yeah.
but like ever since he's found out that you're really not an elf, he's like definitely softened up to you.
Yeah. I think Fenjion softened up to you as well. Like, just I think we're all like I like our dynamic in our party. We all just like make fun of each other, and like in little ways. I mean, Eden and I like rip at each other as often as possible.
Yeah.
But like, I think we both see it more of like a not brother and sister, but just kind of like if you were to die, I'd save you, but like I'm gonna make fun of you afterwards,
Yeah.
kind of thing.
And seriously, that's great. Co-DMing and all that, homebrew daily sessions. That reminds me back when I ran the West March campaign. But yeah, sometimes the best way to get into DM, especially DMing, is just doing it.
Yeah, I don't like personally mind like, fantasy racism and shit like that, as long as it's not like the main
No.
like
Yeah.
problems in the world and shit like that. Like I started in 2 campaigns basically around the same time, this one and another one with another group of friends. And so I had 2 characters I wanted to play, but I was trying to decide which world I wanted to play each of them in. And the other character that I almost played in this game was a Yuan-ti pureblood. And so like
Good for you.
I really like playing like shitty races like that, or like goblin like Bogses and stuff like that. Like I love playing those races that are kind of like looked down upon, because like it makes for an interesting story hook.
Yeah.
And like definitely in the other campaign that I'm playing my Yuan-ti, and like people don't like her on like
it would have been
just-
so interesting if someone picked a
Oh my
Yuan-ti in this
God.
campaign.
Yeah, because like one of our like main enemies right now is the Sneeple, and I'm just like, man, if I played my other character in this campaign, that'd be very interesting.
Yeah.
Well, that's like when I was watching you guys and you like killed that changeling and they had like all the information. I was like, oh, this is not going to bode well for if we ever
Yeah.
meet each other. I was like,
Well, they are technically a different type of changeling.
I mean, but are they
Yeah.
going to know? Like, does the party know?
If you show your true form, it will look different.
Oh, okay.
Because like
So they
they're
were weird, goopy people.
Yeah,
right?
they're
Or something?
doppelgangers.
Oh, okay.
Your race is like a half breed of changelings and doppelgangers.
Oh, okay.
So you definitely they look more like, I hate to say, the classic Area 51 vibes.
Oh, okay.
With like the blue skin and like all that. A Yuan-ti blue blood. Ooh, I like that. That makes perfect sense too, Sweet Poison. Like how a Yuan-ti pure blood is like very fashionable. The Yuan-ti in this world, they try to be fashionable, but they have like I want to say like costume jewelry and stuff, because they're still trying to like regain stuff, because they come from up north. So
Yeah.
I think we should just go up north. Like, fuck the 7. Like, let's just go.
you guys like this is like the one thing I always want to make sure all the players know is that this is a sandbox game. You guys can fuck
Yeah.
off with the plot. And like one of the things I was talking about and I said just hold it, is I have run this campaign. I think technically this would be my 8th and 9th time running it if you count each party
jeez.
separately. And you guys are probably one of the few parties that has stuck with the main plot.
It's difficult to like try to deviate from the main plot when I'm playing a character with morals and shit, because like the thing is, this also goes back to what I was just talking about. If I were to play my Yuan-ti, like she has no interest in being a hero or any shit like that. Like she's just in it for the fun. If I was playing her in this campaign, yeah, I'd say I'd fuck off from the plot like as soon as the plot showed up, honestly.
No.
But like now I'm playing Charlie in this campaign, and she has like feels like she's obligated to do good by people in some certain circumstances, and so like she's kind of like, oh well, I can't just ignore all this terrible shit that's happening around me. I have to figure it out. So
And Banks brings up a good point that I forgot. Like Banks, we all know Banks. He's one of the players. Like hopping
He's a
on
dear person.
hopping on, because you guys did throw me for a loop when the Friday group, the Exile Stars, hopped. I think it was like the 3rd or 4th session, and I'm like, their quest was to get paid 80 gold pieces or something to deliver a box outside the city, and then come back.
Yep.
And like,
What we did is
they went there, they got ambushed at the exchange, and then they decided to stick with the person, found out it was on an airship, and then just left right there. They left things in their room.
I sent a letter back to the innkeep. Theo brought a letter back to the innkeep for us so that he didn't know that we just fucked off completely.
Yeah.
We're like, we'll be back, but it's been like months at this point, and we haven't said word to him at all. But we have that scroll of sending now, so now I can copy it into my spell book, and we can maybe contact him.
We haven't done anything like that, I don't think. We've kind of just like, we've stuck to like where, like we're invested in the 7 now at this point. Even though like, I have my own reasons for being invested in the 7, but like I would totally be fine if like we played next time and it was just like, you know what, Morzan, like Katrina, we're just gonna go. Like, thanks for the items, and take the candle and then leave.
Yeah, I mean,
like,
that's definitely something you're gonna do. Like they just like, do you want to keep working for us? And like, if you said no, they were like, okay. Like, they might try to get their stuff back eventually, but like,
but there are like my brain, like Fenjion's brain, is like they're like the key to power sort of thing. Like, follow these powerful people, become powerful person. Like,
like
I see what Morzan does with like controlling people, and I'm like, I want that. like I am morally gray. It's like, if I can control people to do shit for me, why wouldn't I?
Yeah, that's true. Like, I definitely. What is Banks say? Hey, stay out of my room. Yeah, never mind the detailed plans I graffiti up. P.S. Galenian Sneepo, that bird person Byron is on his own. Oh, yeah. So I've been working towards...
I was actually just thinking about Byron the other day, because I was looking through some of my notes, and I'm like, oh shit, I wonder what happened to little bird boy.
Byron, why does that sounds familiar for some reason.
He was like this little bluebird that was like following us around, that was like a person that got turned into a bird, and we brought him to like the city so that he could ask somebody to help him be a person again. And I can't remember when we last saw him.
You last saw him at the tavern because you guys didn't take him with you.
Yeah.
You guys didn't, basically he stayed around the tavern just having fun. He mentioned that he was talking with the head archdruid of the Omar.
Yeah, the fucking priest that killed Astra.
Yeah, and then after that,
fuck that guy.
You guys didn't really follow up much more. But let's read this. Welcome to avoid the illithid.
Is that the archdruid we were supposed to go meet?
Yep.
He's an asshole. As soon as you see him, kill him on sight, please.
That's the one that you're supposed to see, is it?
Box?
Out in... Is he in the desert, or was he in...
Elithanius?
Oh, okay.
The plains of Elithanius?
Yeah, no.
Been...
Ilianthus in the Idesum Kingdom. Because the Omar temple, even though there's kind of like a divine temple, they're all run mostly by druids. Because you don't need to be a cleric to be divine or pray to a god or all that in this world. You can be.
I thought the cleric and the druid were divine magic.
I guess technically druids are divine.
And the other ones were arcane.
I guess technically all the additions get blurred in my head.
Druids are nature.
Yeah.
It's completely different from divine.
Yeah.
Because divine is god related, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's some druid is just like, I really like trees.
Yeah, some
druids and like rangers kind of go off of like nature magic too, but like
except for fucking Shane, like last session, like we did like I haven't looked into what your druid does because I've like, it's been a lot more interesting to just see you do shit, and I'd be like, because I know nothing about it, and like last session when you just reanimated a corpse in front of us and we're just like, what the fuck is this?
I was waiting for that. And actually Shane is right. I just looked it up in the PHB. Spellcasting for druids, drawing on the divine essence of nature itself. So druids draw on the divine essence of
it's divine
it's
nature.
Paladin, cleric, druid, and ranger divine, and the rest of them are just arcane.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. But But yeah, no, I was looking forward to Shane making zombies and stuff.
I have been waiting to do that.
Yeah.
Every time you explain a room, I just listen for if there's a corpse or spoons anywhere, and I'm like, come on.
I would throw
Like,
more.
can you make like if I'm trying to think if like we took the soul skull and we put it in a body, could you reanimate that? Like, can we make like little flesh golem things?
Those
I'm sure we could try.
you can try. You can always try, and like, and I'm pretty like I would say like I'm a stickler on some rules, and some of my rules are very punishing. And I thank you for dealing with the exhaustion rules, Charlie.
God, I was sure that I was gonna go down so much that like I was just gonna die purely from exhaustion at some point.
Yeah,
Like,
I actually
8
have.
levels of exhaustion, that's death.
I actually have killed a player that way, and it was not a. And like the player was like, "Don't bring me back up, because if I go down again, I'm." And they brought him.
I was scared.
Yeah.
And then we went into that other combat. I didn't have all my exhaustion off. I still had a single level of exhaustion. And like I was so confident in that combat. I was like, we're gonna be fine. Like I like one shot one of those like what were they? The like
hobgoblins.
They weren't hobgoblins.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like I went to one of them. Like,
yes, Shane.
Yeah, so we worked with them.
Yeah.
We, like
They were my friends.
is it
I
like,
was so
The Slayers of the Night?
Told me.
Yep.
Like,
Yeah, they.
I was so confident in that combat because I was like, I have all my spell slots. Like, I was running on empty last combat. I'm fine. I have 1 level exhaustion, no biggie. The only way somebody can put me down right now is if they crit me. And what does he fucking do? He crits me.
Yep.
so I know it's kind of spoilers maybe. Are they the same group of people we met, or is it just like a different part?
Different part.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, at least it's not the same exact.
Not the same group, but like they have been running across Slayers of the Night, and you guys have it because they're in multiple encounter tables in that area. So yeah, like they ran across them twice. Once as traveling, and then once again when they rolled a nat 1 in the counter table on the boat.
Technically, we've run across something of theirs 3 times because we came across that dragon.
We came across the dragon, yeah.
That they were hunting.
Yeah.
And we helped them.
Yeah, we helped them at one point, mostly because Boggs, because I mean, he was like, oh, my people, like, I talked to them. And we were just all like, I really hope he's not selling us to him, because that would be horrible. Like...
Yeah. And like I know it's because of Boggs and Rona, because they're basically, Rona has that like hunter-esque mentality.
Yeah.
And like they're hunters, and that's what they like primarily were like raised to be as hunters. And now they're down below, and they're making their money by being bounty hunters for exotic creatures.
Yeah, we like one of the first days on the airship that we went on, we came across this dragon, a gold dragon that just kind of like landed on the deck, and it was like mortally wounded. And like me and one other person on the airship spoke Draconic, so we were like speaking to it, and like ended up helping them out. Like Zor and Banks both healed them a bit, and then like we took like the ballista bolt or whatever out of it, and he told me his name, and he was like, if you ever need a favor, call on me. And so I have that like in my back pocket right now. I have his name and to call on him if I need him. And so like then we came across those hobgoblins on the road, and they were like, yeah, we're hunting dragons, and we saw that they had these big ballistas, and we're like, and then Zor pulls out the ballista bolt, and he's like, oh, like these things?
Yeah.
And I'm like, no.
I was like, yeah. Like, but like they won't fight you unless like because like they're very honor bound. Like they don't like basically being bounty hunters, but they know what they need to do. But they fight honorably the best they can. Like they want to live, but like they're gonna be like, listen, just let us go. And like it was, and that fight was going really well, except to that end. But yeah.
God, that was almost a TPK. Like that was scary, and like like I said, that first combat that we started the session with, I was like, that's the only thing I have to worry about this session, you know? Like, everything else is smooth sailing. Like, but then he was the last one alive, and he got me down, and then, like, picked me up and started dragging me away and said, like, if anybody follows, I'm gonna kill her. And, like, at least I didn't fail on my death saves like I did in the first fucking combat that we did. But, like, but yeah, that was scary because, like, when Zor started approaching, I didn't know that he was trying to get into range for cure wounds or, like, for healing word, and I thought he was just approaching, and I'm like, he's gonna fucking kill me. And then I had 2 successes and 2 failures, and I'm like, I am dead.
Well, and we talked about a lot of the homebrew, not homebrew, but like optional rules. I think I follow, and one of them I think Friday has run across because they go down so often. Is if you go down and if you go when you are brought down to 0 and it's from a nat 20, I have you guys roll on the lingering wound table, and you can lose a leg. So Boggs, watch out.
I'll have none left.
It's okay.
What?
You can just make more.
Yeah, Boggs already has it's already down a leg. That's from
being Boggs.
That's from being Boggs.
Damn.
He does have
a goblin.
He does have a well-made prosthetic made from a friend. And Banks, I kind of dislike how. I do agree with that. Because like how easy it is sometimes just to go down and come back up. Like it's.
I'm okay with that. I didn't even know until like your guys' session. I always thought the death saves I think the way that I've played them before is that they don't reset until a long rest. So like I've died a lot in the past because it's like go down, get back up, and it's like down, roll a death save, you're dead, and it's like no, fuck.
That's horrifying.
Yeah, no,
that's
horrifying.
That's how I always thought it was. I guess that's how my old DM played.
That's I think from a previous edition how it was, and some DMs carry it. Like a lot of the rules I like, I have on over from 3.5. Like I love flanking. I love the tactics of it.
Same.
And I love in 3.5 you can do a little bit more custom crafting, and I want you guys to craft more.
Like, so that's the thing. Like, I have a hard time like trying to craft with Fenjion because part of me is like he is an okay tailor. He's not like great.
Yeah.
Because it's like he's not been doing it for very long. So like that's one of the things that I think I struggle with probably with that character is just like I have to pretend to be someone.
Yeah.
So it's like it's kind of weird sometimes. I'll be like, I'll do something and I'll be like, no, that's not what they would do at all. And then I'll be like, wait, no, is it? And it's just like, well, it is now. Like your personalities change.
And I would definitely say like I think a lot of you can probably agree that I've seen like from original conception from everyone's characters, I have seen a lot of growth and change. Like this is, and sometimes I touch base like, hey, everything's good, and I ask questions about backstories and stuff. Like, hey, just curious, what does your parents look like? For no particular reason.
Yeah, you messaged me the other day and you were like, hey, like, do you have descriptions of all of your family? And I'm like, I'm scared to ask why, but sure.
I was like, can I just like this? Yeah, just throw them in there for no reason.
Well, that's like with other backstory, like when we changed, because there's someone in one of my backstories that's a thing and a thing, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And like we changed the name because I was like, oh, this name comes up way too much. And I'm like, is it this person? And then when they met Morzan and you're like, oh, Mr. M, I was like, wait a fucking second.
I didn't even think about that.
And then you did the thing where you're like, he backed into the alleyway and disappeared. And I'm like, so I was like, that's why I was like so on to see if Friend was a changeling. Because if it was, I was like, I know what this is.
Yeah, no.
And I'm leaving the party. Goodbye.
I definitely love hinting and teasing all your backstory. Yeah. I think it was Ahmad Yufi who posted that lovely TikTok about DMs who bring back tragic backstory. I was like you just stabbed me. I'm like, you wrote it. Do you not?
You wrote this in. Do you want me to not use it? Yeah, like don't get me wrong. I fucking love like making tragic backstory and like having that brought up in campaign and stuff like that. But like I want to act like I hate it because like my poor character, I don't want her to go through this trauma.
Oh, we can invite Bo.
Oh shit. Okay, I'll be right back. 2
Bo's
seconds.
coming in?
Yeah. I gotta figure out how to do this. I can do this. I'm a
Oh,
smart.
yeah.
I'm a smart cookie. Add. And then if you add, then we can have the 5th space. Oh no! And we just unclick this. Boom. If he joins. But yeah, no, I definitely have enjoyed the character growth I've seen in everyone.
Yeah, I don't know about everybody else, but like Charlie is like a completely different character than what she first was supposed to be. So like it's
Yeah.
I've been trying to roll with it, but also like some days I'll be like, man, this is not at all what I pictured her being. Like
Oh,
I'm
definitely.
back.
You're back, and we have to figure
I
this
swear you fucking change every single time I see you. Like you're a completely different person every time.
Me? No.
Yes.
yeah, where's the Snapchat filter?
Oh, yeah, I should have planned for that better.
No,
Yeah.
I feel like your facial hair changes literally every game. Like,
Yeah.
And then
Because I
it's
can.
like, yeah, I was gonna say, then it like grows back by the next session. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Are you human?
Them
Like,
deep Irish genes.
He-
Actually,
Yeah.
I'm actually Scottish.
Oh, I think we
It's,
have. If Sweet's still here, I think she actually is from Scotland.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Heck yeah, 17%.
oh
Practically
hell
pure
yeah.
blood.
That 23 and me.
I think mine was ancestry. I went ahead and put my DNA into the system
Spit in the tube.
like a good boy.
Here we go.
So what are your guys' thoughts on your character baseline? Like, are you happy with them? Like, are they like how you thought it would be? Or is it a lot different?
I could go into great detail on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to get inside where it's a little more comfortable first, though. Someone else can go first.
Me just-
Yeah, Charlie is like she started as a very like by the books, rules oriented, like mother of the party sort of thing. Where like I remember one of the first sessions, like she sat down with Banks and gave him a fucking lecture about almost killing a man. And like like whenever I think of like where Charlie is now, I think back to that confrontation that I have with Banks, and I'm just like, man, she wouldn't even have that discussion with him now after like everything they've been through and shit like
No.
that. Like, yeah, you almost killed a dude, so what? Like I've seen you do worse. Like,
No, but it was definitely a very like touching moment. I think.
yeah, because like, I mean, the thing is that he almost killed a completely innocent dude in a bar fight. So like that was the only thing.
Yeah, because what did
But
he
yeah, like-
do? He did what, like his psychic
was,
blades or something?
No, he I think it was just a cantrip,
Oh,
but like it was in that bar fight that Goldsmoke and Soul were in
Oh my
against like it was like a
God,
cage
Goldsmoke.
match,
Yeah.
and I helped with Atasha's Hideous Laughter, and so Banks was like, "Oh, I'm gonna help too," and he did a cantrip.
No, he
But,
did.
like, it-
He said he did dissonant whispers.
That's such a
Okay,
fun
yeah.
spell.
Yeah.
Yeah, that, and like, but it dealt damage to it, and like was enough to kill him, and like you can't do non-lethal damage with spells, and it was like,
No, you
oh
can.
fuck,
You can do non-lethal spells if it's melee.
if it's a melee spell, yeah,
if it's touch, you can do non-lethal. It's
yeah.
Just pinky.
yeah,
Oops.
it's hard to like thematically describe that effectively. Be like, hey, you shocking grasp this guy, but you're only gonna tase him. But like you know, how are you gonna do inflict wounds and just knock him on?
Eldritch blast them just a little.
Yeah,
Like, just a
Yeah.
little itty bit.
because it's just yeah.
But yeah, like, so you know that's where Charlie started out, and like where she is now is like very, I mean she had a cursed sword until very recently.
Mm.
Like
Now Cursed Sword has her.
yeah, apparently it's just underneath my bed, unbeknownst to me.
Mhm.
But yeah, like she's just not at all where I pictured her being. And like I did plan on being her more of a rogue. Like I'm going to be cross-classing into rogue, so like she's gonna be more rogue levels than wizard levels. And like I started kind of trying to role play into like her going into the rogue levels, but it's been so crazy lately that I haven't really been able to like go back to role playing that. But like I keep meaning to have a confrontation with Sparrow about like, hey, can you teach me how to do some of the shit that you do? And so like I wanted to do that, but then we got into that big combat and like I couldn't do that last session, so maybe this week.
Yeah, but feel free to take all that time because you timey-wimey stuff. You guys are ahead of the world by last I checked 9 days. You guys are 9 days.
Now it'll be even more. Because we'll be behind even more.
Well, it depends what happened because like we ended last Friday session with them with the recap of the fight just ending.
Yeah.
Oh. No,
He'll probably be back. I think he's getting on his PC.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, so like, let's see what happens with that. There's a lot of because you guys didn't even get a chance to loot the bodies yet.
Yep.
You guys could come loot our bodies. We're probably gonna maybe die. I mean, we have an out. We can run, but
the statue will save us.
The statue. I don't know.
We don't even know what that is. I think it's I don't know. I feel like it's a Warforged, but I don't know how common Warforged are. Are they a thing?
They are a thing. They are not common. It is not to the level of it's basically like think of clockwork. It's a clockwork miner.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So
it's a dumb Warforged.
Yeah. So like
we don't know it was his master.
Yeah. So like they are relatively a new thing.
Clearly some bugs to work out.
Yes.
Because it's murdering people.
I mean,
not a big deal.
Possible. Who knows? Maybe the foreman just stopped it from being able to work. But there's stuff happening in those mines. I
will say, with my character, I don't really see myself as a bard anymore. Like, I had an idea to be a bard, and like, I feel like College of Elegance or Eloquence, rather, like, is the least. It's obviously still a bard, but it's not like anything to do with like music or like. It's very unbardly to me, and I was torn when we first started playing between being a sorcerer and just pretending to be a bard.
Okay.
Because I thought that could have made more sense with the changeling bit. But like as time's gone on, I'm like, I like the spells and stuff that it has, but I don't really see myself as being like an actual proper bard. But again, I guess it's a lie, so it's kind of like whatever.
Yeah, but you also like this automatically in a 20 on deception.
Yeah, that's really fun. And also like subtracting things from people's saves is really fun. Like, oh look, your save, -8 to it. Have fun with that. Like I win.
Yeah.
Like I really like that. And
like I thought divination wizards were kind of like OP with like, oh, you're just gonna get a 2 on that save no matter what.
I fucking broke it.
Yeah.
At least in that, like that's the thing with like like I think about that too with Charlie being like, oh, you can't hit me, and I'm like, yes, but I don't need to.
Yeah.
Like I can just go, you fail, have fun. Like
yeah, because like even
saves are my my Achilles heel, really.
It's okay. I make them everyone's Achilles heel.
Yeah.
That's I have
takes half damage on successful save.
Yeah.
Charlie goes kaput.
Yeah.
Oh, true.
Half damage, I'm still dead.
Or
I won't damage you.
Yeah.
Like, the only reason I was able to stay alive for so long in that combat that we had a couple weeks ago was because I used that false life on myself, like, before we went in. And I almost didn't do it. And, like, I did it at 3rd level, too. So, like, I basically doubled my hit point pool.
Yeah.
I'm really nervous about this next combat. I don't have very many spell slots left.
Yeah, you guys... But in D&D, that's kind of like the point, though. Like, in D&D, you actually... The D&D system, air quotes there, is meant to have 5 to 7 encounters per day.
Jesus.
Because you
no,
but you're not. But you're not supposed to have really
per
hard
day.
Yeah, you're supposed to have like easy ones. And an encounter is not even just combat; it's also like role play and interacting with someone. But like throughout the whole day, like to me, how tapped you guys during the day means how much you guys were involved in that day.
Yeah, we're pretty tapped from the fucking
That
boulder.
that boulder because you guys didn't
Most
really
every
know.
day, yeah, everybody's tapped. It's
So it's
We got chased by a big, huge boulder down a hallway, Indiana Jones style.
nice.
Like we're
Lucky.
pretty tapped from fighting a fucking boulder.
Yeah.
And now we have to fight what seems like a big earth elemental with a bunch of children around it, like rock children, not real children.
All we need is liver.
You guys need this liver.
Please,
But I have
in a
plans.
vial if you can get me just a piece of it.
Yeah, because
You can
God.
buy it from us.
But you and Zor are gonna get along just fine.
Zora's collecting the body, interesting collections of all things that pass.
Well, Zor lives in Ancient Chasm Bridge, right?
Yeah,
does.
technically.
Yeah.
I have a flat, or he has a flat.
Wait, what pillar is it on?
Oh, I think it's not market. It's the like middle class,
Yeah.
I believe.
The
I have to bring up the map to look. Yeah,
But yeah.
in the commons area.
And they actually did visit your shop and buy things from you.
Nice. Thank you for your
Wait, we did?
patronism.
Well,
Wait, we visited his shop?
well, no. You visited a shop that he knows, and they visited your shop.
We visited his shop.
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
We did.
Yeah.
What did we buy?
I think
The PPP.
Yeah.
no.
The PP shop.
Yeah, the PP. You guys bought. I think Banks bought something. What did Banks buy? It was either Banks.
I didn't know you guys were there.
Yeah. I want to say
We were there like a while.
Wow, you really do watch without the sound on.
Yeah.
Well, that was the before campaigns. There was I started watching them after a certain point.
Yeah.
But so was that must have been before I described my
Yes, it was.
the shop.
But no, but I did ask you before because this was like also remember I'm really bad. I'm good and bad at notes. My collection is horrible. I was like, by the way, how do you spell your shop? I think I asked you once, and I was like, and I asked you all that stuff. I'm like, yeah, it's basically was like a thing.
Pet Meyer's Palace of Perfections. You know, really easy to say.
How do
Just rolls off.
I don't know how you guys. I feel this is one of my guilts that I have. I actually kind of have a co-DM, kind of a close friend who just knows that. Are you guys excited for this crossover? That I am definitely like all roads point to Belmish.
Oh yeah.
Because that's basically.
Oh yeah.
I can't wait for the.
Oh
crossover.
yeah.
I'm very excited, but I don't think it's gonna end well.
Oh, I think it's gonna be so interesting.
Well, you guys are gonna come help us beat the shit out of / kill Sabian, right?
I mean,
Yeah, they're gonna help us.
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
maybe.
And then they're gonna steal our airship from us, and then we're gonna have to fight them, or like chase them down.
It's
again.
gonna be.
I don't want your fucking airship.
Yeah.
That's right.
No,
Probably exactly why you would steal it though, because you don't even want it.
I mean, I'll sell it.
Fucking steal and throw this thing away. Fuck, I don't need it.
Yeah.
You just like see it crash into the distance. I
Whatever
like
you
jump
do,
off
just
it.
don't let the elemental out.
Yeah.
You have an elemental? What kind?
It's a fire element. It
Oh, we don't
powers
need
the
that.
ship.
It's
Yeah.
the engine. Yeah, he's
Oh.
Yeah.
the combustion chamber
Yep.
That's so cool
source.
and dangerous.
Yep.
I don't know what would happen when we meet, like, to be honest, because it depends on how. So Sabian is like Eden's Pokemon rival. So like it depends on what she would want to do, on what our party would do. If she's like, no, I don't want to deal with this.
Do they have the same patron?
No,
No.
they have opposing
Okay.
ones.
They have a.
Okay, I was gonna say what?
No, they have.
Like-
They have actually partly the opposite patrons.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
When we met him,
Like polar opposites.
Polar opposite. I don't think this is spoiling anything for Eden. 'Cause I think her patron is Mona, goddess of inner beauty and all that. And that's not spoiling anything. And I don't think this spoils anything as well. With Sabian is that his patron is Rothia, the goddess of tyranny, and they're basically polar opposite. And Rothia actually scarred permanently Mona. Mona was like basically think Aphrodite, very beautiful mortal. And like wooed all the gods and all this stuff, and got like many gifts. And
Oh wait,
then,
his patron isn't the Awakened Mother?
Is it?
I thought it was.
I don't know.
Because he's got that whole green and pink shit going on,
He
right?
does.
Oh, this isn't a spoiler-free Q&A.
No.
Oh, yeah. Well, Rich did just say no spoilers for Sabian,
But that's
but
not basically
Well,
like his.
no spoilers for Eden.
No spoilers for Eden. And this is known knowledge that Sabian is because that's with all the chains. Because that's her thing. We did Banks. Banks is still there.
Well,
So Banks.
Our party knows though, because Eden
Yes.
told us. I think.
That's what I'm saying. Like, all this is not. So the thing he's doing with the the Awakening Mother, is something you guys have to figure out.
So, how did you guys come across the whatever awakening? Because we came across it where it was just like, hey, these kids are just like being turned into warlocks, and we were like, wow, that sucks, and then we just left. Like,
basically that, like, we came across Sparrow Hill and, like, we heard about this dude who, like, has this red, like, bandana just like Sabian does, and so we're like, oh shit, this guy is in cahoots with him. And then they're like, oh yeah, he's been giving all these kids warlock powers, and we're like, that's not great. And so, like, we started talking to the kids and, like, found out that one of the kids was, like, in, like, an eternal slumber, and we had to, like, wake them up. So, like, we ended up finding a way to wake them up and, like, basically telling all the kids, like, hey, stop doing that. Oh, and we killed the dude. We killed the dude who was signing all these kids up to be warlocks.
That's right, we did,
I-
yeah.
are they more combatant than like we are? Because I feel like we don't fight as much as they do.
I would say they have more fights than you guys do. Because you guys like to come up with very creative solutions, and you guys surprise me. And it's part of
Our party?
Yeah. You guys.
You say creative, and I say borderline stupid. Sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes it is, and then it just comes down to you guys rolling really well. I'm like, okay.
I loved the like one of the best comments we did was Boggs is a magic rat. Like that was so. Boggs being a rat, a guard thinking he was magic, bringing him to Eden, and Eden popping out her wings because she's an ASMR and being like, "I'm a time god, like bow to me," and then an NPC ran in and fucked up our entire plan.
Yeah,
like
because you guys were like
Gorgon or whatever the fuck his name is. I hated that. He's such an asshole. I was so tempted to be like, "Suggestion, stop running!" like.
Your plan would have worked really well if you didn't send. Who did you guys send? Saren. You sent Saren back.
Yeah.
You're like, we want him. I'm like, okay. And I was like trying to figure out the timeline of everything. I'm like, guys, this is like.
Why do we do that? We do that so often. Now that I think about it, we like set something up and we're like, hey, Saren, go get this person. It's just like, we're doing that right now. Like in our session, literally where we left off was like that, but worse. What is wrong with us? We do really stupidly complex, like fighting those people in the warehouse, and it was like, okay, Eden's gonna be invisible, and then she falls on a pile of boxes, and it's just like, well, people know we're here. Relda shoots them, and I'm like, we're going in, like full force. Let's just kill everyone.
Because like.
Those are some of the best moments.
Yeah,
though.
those are the best
like,
moments because like
blah blah blah. I do this, and now I'm gonna stab this guy.
Yeah,
or anything. Yeah. Banks is like, yeah. Question. Okay, I'd like to shoot him in the face now.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Dude, you just like sung this guy to sleep, and then
that is true, Banks.
The fucking line that he had before he shot him too, of like we were planning on like going to bed so that we could wake up like in the middle of the night to go infiltrate this place, and this guy thinks that he's coming with us, and he's like, oh, so we're gonna go to sleep now, right? And Banks is like, yeah, you're gonna go to sleep for a while, and fucking you shoot him in the head.
Yeah.
None of us
but
are that.
Yeah, those create those moments though, where it's just kind of like, you know, I mean, you feel the flow of a story or an action going forward, and you kind of like get in your head what you're gonna expect, and then somebody just like the unexpected. That's what's awesome about this game. And that things like that can happen. There's no walls. You can just U-turn at any point. You can.
And this is definitely me from my perspective, and I'm sure people can disagree. Like I think conflict and having the peeps, like if every plan went perfectly, I feel like players wouldn't enjoy the successes as much.
Yeah, no. It's
Yeah.
great when we're all about to die and then we win somehow.
Yeah,
it's like wow, that didn't go how we
It
planned.
didn't go to plan. Like, so it's just like, oh wow, like this is really it makes.
But the opposite can be true too. Like when you successfully pull off some really elaborate multi-step like execution, and it works out, and like you put all this like work into like coming up with this really like
I definitely
I don't know finagled approach, but then you still are able to do it. That's also really fun. Too.
Yeah, I definitely admit that is fun. I think I probably remember if you. I think you were there at the time, Zor, when what was happening with the home guy with the wheat for hair, and.
Yeah.
No.
That was really early on. That was.
Oh yeah.
No.
It was.
It wasn't that
when,
guy.
When I did the B&E.
When you guys actually didn't steal from that guy, you stole from the other rich asshole in ancient.
The warehouse.
Not the warehouse.
That was a party split night.
That was a party split night. Okay, I'm thinking.
It was. Yeah, that was.
No. We do that on nights. We do it every day.
Yeah. No, I'm thinking about the time you guys had downtime. And you guys actually stole some money.
Yeah, it was. Well,
It was.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure if
that's.
stole
I
anything,
think Robert.
But, like,
Yeah.
Robert came up with like that. He want to start working on like a like basically like a rolling table for just doing crime.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you have
Yeah.
downtime. I'd like to roll to see if I can pull off crime.
Yeah.
It's like okay,
no, that
just
was
like
when we were in Ancient Chasm Bridge.
That was in-
It was like the
Yeah.
couple days of downtime that we had between like the shore.
you just started wanting to do crime all the time. So
Yeah.
it's like if we're actively going on an adventure, it was to pursue crime, and if it's our downtime, I'd like to roll on the crime table to see how much crime I can pull off.
Yeah.
Before
Yeah.
bed.
It basically, like I remember talking about this, and I remember I haven't sent them to him because I'm a perfectionist. But it's basically the way that this downtime crime thing works is actually I made it because I actually had in a previous campaign downtime vigilante work.
Yeah.
This downtime basically is a investigation role to find crime or find a mark, and then depend on the mark information I give you, tell me how you want to attempt this, whatever. And then if it's breaking in, it's stealth. If it's conning, it's going to be charisma, yada yada. And then how successful you are determines how you get away with it and what reward you have.
Imagine having downtime.
I mean, you guys have
We haven't
downtime.
had any for a while. Like,
You guys, I'm like, what do you guys want to do? You guys have like 2 weeks of downtime. We're gonna go pursue the plot.
We're gonna go
more.
fight a fucking elemental. Let's go.
Which is kind of downtime because it's good for
we're getting
getting Boggs' swamp dagger made.
I think in the meantime, I'm just gonna stick a stick at the end of it, and then maybe put some of my own blood on it.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of what has surprised you with both parties. Like
Besides you
that
guys
you-
sticking with the plot, moderately so. Friday group kind of hopped off the rails a little bit. Now they got back on after some incidents.
Yeah. We were all
What
ready to
is they
sail off into the
talking about?
sunset as
Yeah.
air pirates. Like
Yeah.
immediately, like, well,
are you talking about the time I burned down some asshole's house?
Yeah.
Oh, Shane, did you know that they ran into the guy that you guys thought was the mayor? That you stole
was the mayor.
sausages
He
from?
is the
Yeah,
mayor.
well, yeah, my bad. They ran into him, apparently.
Is he of any importance, or he's just the mayor?
He's just missing some sausages.
Oh,
Yeah, you guys. I don't think you guys burned down his house, did you? You burned.
No. I'm talking about like I burnt down that guy that was stalking Astra, basically.
Yeah.
Like I went over to his
Okay.
house and I burnt down his studio.
No, but they
It
did.
had like millions of pictures of her in it.
who was
That's
the mayor?
So-
No.
he makes sausage.
in Sparrow Hill, you guys were both there.
Oh, Sparrow Hill. Okay.
Sparrow had a connect there, and it's from the guy with the sausages. Because he is basically a drop-off point in this city for the Raven. Because he is a retired adventurer, and those who went and found the mayor's house and his chest full of sausage, also had armor and stuff from his adventuring days. And you guys took the sausage.
Not the armor, just the sausage.
Not the armor. I think there was a sword nearby too. Just the
Balls
sausage.
is food motivated.
No, but
Plot twist. They're one and the same. He wears sausage into battle.
Oh my
Sausage
god.
armor.
I realized that this
There's a whole new meaning.
This is
to
what
meat
surprised
shield.
me the most.
Oh,
Oh,
how do we
God.
kick her out of the parties? Kick her out of the
Meat
party
shield.
right now. Get out.
Sausage
He was
should
laying
just
there
become.
right in front
You
of
just
me.
need to
I had to
homebrew a
say
spell
it.
called sausage, Rich. I'm sure you could come up with something.
Yeah, I probably could. I would say this to answer the question. You guys with items really surprised me. You guys
Right,
are
who?
both parties. Both parties are like, you either some of you like you guys have so many items sometimes. I think you guys forget. And with potions, you guys sometimes forget. I think people.
Oh yeah.
And
I mean, look at the inspiration used. It's like,
Yeah.
you can't remember shit. Like we don't remember shit.
Yeah, so I'm just like, but it's also
Well,
you guys have some cool magic items. You guys are very interested in how you guys choose. Both parties are not gold hungry, which I love, because like Friday group, you guys have Sparrow and Banks, who are basically like almost Robin Hood-esque, who like want to help the less unfortunate and like right the wrongs. And even with Boggs and Rona, not the same like Robin-esque, but they don't really know about money and care about money. So they're like,
Can't even fucking
I think
read.
was it 2 sessions ago I turned down 500 gold in exchange for 12 eggs.
yes, you did.
Oh my god.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, like me as the player, I am very gold hungry just because I know how expensive being a wizard is in any D&D world. And so I'm like, I need gold, but Charlie is not exactly like that. So I'm like, I can't be super greedy like I want to be because I need gold to copy spells into
Yeah,
my spell book.
I definitely understand.
I need to
that.
be able to resurrect people and wear plate armor eventually. So
I think
play a greedy character.
I think both parties do have 1 diamond that they could revivify with.
I think
Oh
so.
yeah, I have it in my. I actually
We don't
spent
have Revivify.
300 of my
I
own
think-
gamblings on it.
Eden.
I think I'm the only one. Oh,
I
Eden
think
can.
Eden can
Eden.
Revivify?
I'm pretty sure she can. Let me double check.
I mean, she is a quote-unquote cleric.
She is a
so
cleric.
that's,
Yeah, no, she does have a revivify. If she took it or not, I don't know. But she can get a revivify.
I was gonna play my character more gold hungry, but I've kind of like I was gonna be more leaning into the merchant thing, but I changed. Like that's just changed. Like especially with when we came back to Ancient Chasm Bridge, and I was like, my shop looks like shit. I was like, I'm not a very good merchant. Everything is a lie. Let's go.
Yeah, but like it can just make you want to do better. Like like
True.
it's like how
It's very
with Zor with the blacksmithing and all that stuff. Like
Zor's a tricky one. Talk
Yeah.
about like your question from earlier. Like, did a character end up the way that you originally saw them? And absolutely not, man. Absolutely not. Like, I planned this guy as like a very outspoken, pious individual who, like, at first he was gonna have this weird quirk where he considered all of the pantheon to be a single god, like kind of like the D&D equivalent of evangelical Christianity. Like he's gonna go around and talk to everyone about God and like correct them if they like use the plural term. There's only one. And it kind of had a mix of me coming into the group late and not wanting to just bulldoze over plus just coming into a group that already has like rapport with each other and they're talkative people, and so I kind of played it quiet at first, and it having the kind of like alcoholic perk to it was like another thing I'd planned early on that he stuck with, one of the few things.
yeah.
But that eventually is how his like sociopathy came to fruition, because I played him like pretty quietly right at first, because myself coming into a new group just kind of like happened, and then so that very outspoken like preacher idea like died really quick, and then that kind of chained everything into like what he became, because a lot of what I wanted him to be was like based around that initial like really pushy stop by your house on a Saturday to talk about God to you. And yeah, when that like died in my session 1, immediately I was like, well, okay, I want to keep playing this character, like kind of similar. Like I found like a groove that first night and wanted to like continue that. And so, I mean, Rich will attest. I talk to him like fairly regularly about wanting to like keep updating him, and got some really good plans for him, I think.
Yeah, I do try to keep track. Some people I feel like are in the good track. Sometimes I just like check in, like, hey, is there anything you guys want to know? Because like I've done this enough that I've sometimes overloaded my players in the past with too much information. Like I know Banks is still here listening, and he wants this, but I've literally given some players like literally like a 20-page document of lore and history, and then I'm just like, dude, and then part of me like I know it all some because I'm kind of a freak like that. I know this lore, this world pretty inside and out. So I'm like, hey, I told you this thing. Do you remember it? And they're like, let me find the right the chapter / paragraph of this. And
I have a terrible memory.
So for this, I decided to I'm going to give you guys the basics, and I'm going to fill you guys in as you are needed. Banks. Yeah, my role I think has changed the Banks a lot, because this world is very interesting with the Pantheon, the history of it. It lends itself, I think, to a lot of different aspects that I enjoy in a slightly fantasy realism game. Like, you still have those epic moments.
Are you telling me that people have gotten 20-page lore documents and me, the only person with an intelligence modifier, has not?
Yeah.
Excuse the travesty.
Like, and oh yeah, no, they have gotten like I have given like Banks is here and Sparrow's here, and it was really. If you guys remember that fun moment about 3 weeks ago, when I was like mentioning noble houses, like I went through and like gave them noble houses and gave them the whole lineage of the noble houses.
Yeah, they were like reading off this document to each other, and I'm like, "Where's my document?"
I guess I kind of wish I played a character that cared about gods, because like they seem interesting, but I haven't looked into them much because my character doesn't have a need to. Like, but maybe if I ever die, I'll play something that actually like he's kind of in his own little world, and it's sort of like doesn't interact well with the others. So if I ever die, I want to play something that's more ingrained rather than like it's.
I know what you mean. I feel that same way. Like I felt like I kind of like turned my back on a lot of the homebrew, going with the decision, like changing decisions, deciding to be like so ingrained in it, in the Pantheon, and then like flipping that and actually like going the other direction. That
it definitely was a choice, but like Banks in your Friday group is still very religious, kind of. Like
yeah.
So like. Everyone
was kind of like he and I had talked about that too, because when I was coming in, knowing him for 25 years, being a really close friend and stuff, we had decided to bring my character in as like one of his friends, just because we played together for years, and so we had all these like ties that kind of went into that. That I think it's evolved nicely now between us, but certainly none of the stuff that we had planned. Because on my end, the character changed. Like a lot of that's not even there. And a big part of it was like his involvement in religion and stuff, and how I was going to tie into that. We never really like played into that at all.
No, and like I think like that's how Fengion and Rona's character have a little backstory connection that we just need to like we keep touching upon it, like because Fengion and Rona are part of the same faction or organization as the Silent Circle.
So we know each other, like we've worked together before the game technically.
Mm-hmm.
And I definitely like having we have a lot of different aspects. Like I love that we Boggs, even though I know sometimes the NPC shit on you. I love that you're from the north. Because it shows such a different perspective, and you do a really good job of just like. This is so not how it is up there. Like this is different.
Our party has like 4 very distinctly different people,
Mm-hmm.
but they mesh well together. Like it's like there's, I mean, I guess Boggs and Relna are sort of similar, like, but they're also still pretty different.
Yeah.
They're vastly different backgrounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're like, I feel like they get along well because they have the same kind of like you do what you need to survive
Mhm.
kind of
It-
feel about them.
Yeah, because like Rona comes from Jerope and that harsh desert, and in order for them to survive and make money, they were kind of like a traveling circus, kind of like a
Oh, that's right. I
Yeah.
forgot about that since our kitty cat left.
Yeah, since she's on a mission, she might be in Belmets waiting for you. Who knows?
She's Sabian.
Oh my god. She turns out
She
to be
stabbed
like
us in the
Daddy
back
Bye.
and orchestrated our ship being taken, didn't she? I knew it. It's all the
Only way to
triple double
only way
cross.
to find out is to get to Belmets.
Well,
All those
I guess
damn
we'll
roads.
never find out.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll find. Oh man, I am so happy with all of the players, and I love how you guys do surprise me. And you come up with weird stuff every week, and sometimes I think it's very interesting how you guys just like yeah, we're gonna do this. I'm like, okay, cool, and they're like, it just turns into one of the fun moments, and all you guys' characters are different, but you guys all have like this like little link between you all that I think happened accidentally. Like,
yeah.
I don't remember a lot of talks, but like, oh, I'm gonna do this and this. Like, maybe Bo, you might be a little different, but like, everyone else has like these real quirks that they kind of that everyone's like really connected with each other.
Yeah.
I feel like with our party, it's sort of like we're connected via someone else.
Mhm.
So it's like I'm close with Relna. Relna is close with Boggs. Eden is close with, I guess, Relna as well. Like Eden's like kind of close with everyone, but like
Eden's close with
separate
Tulip.
from me.
Yeah, like no, actually, I would say like Eden's probably close with you because that whole
yeah.
little like you're a cleric, and she's like, yes, I am, and I
Yeah.
think a little bit with Boggs as well.
But she was the like when we first started
Yeah,
off camera, it was like Relna and Fenjian had like a thing, not like a thing.
yeah,
But, like,
no.
They were like they knew each other in the past, so we had me and Eden meet on the road.
mm-hmm.
So like
Oh, yeah,
she's the whole
right.
reason Boggs is a part of that, and I always forget that.
Mm-hmm.
Same.
So,
I forget anything like
I've
more
been
than 2 sessions
trying.
ago.
Yeah,
I've been trying to show more affection towards Eden.
yeah, because Eden's also I think the youngest in all the parties.
No, technically not.
I mean,
Technically, I'm younger. I'm only like 16.
oh, that's true.
Like I can assure you all I'm the oldest.
Actually, you're
Are
not.
you?
No, you're not.
Really?
Yeah,
Relna's pretty
Relna.
old.
yeah, Rona's the oldest.
Isn't she like
How old
100
She's
or
older
something?
than me, and she calls me grandfather.
Yeah,
I'm 135.
I'm pretty sure I have to double check, but I'm like, yeah, no, she's older than you.
I think she's like 250.
Yeah,
Oh.
Oh shit,
okay.
really?
I
yeah,
didn't know halflings lived that long.
yeah. They can live to like 300 or 500 years, something like that. Yeah,
She's a
Wow.
magic half-
So she's like 1 foot in the grave.
like she's
Well,
no, she's still
Boggs is.
yeah.
Now I'm gonna meta the nickname Grandma. She won't even know it.
That's the thing that comes up a lot. We'll be like, "You're so young," and she's like, "I'm the oldest out of any of you. What
Yeah.
are you talking about?" It's like, no. I mean, how old is Boggs? He's pretty. Like, isn't he?
He's near the end of his goblin life at 40 years of age.
Yeah,
Oh no.
Oh, wow. I'm sure a lot of them don't even make it that far. I mean,
Yeah,
they're
part of
goblins. It's like it's a rough life, man.
yeah.
Only part of him has made it, though.
Yeah, he's not a complete organism.
No,
Oh.
and you spread to other ones.
Yeah.
You monster.
I'm
My spores.
I'm
That's so.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even know what you all just said, but that's intriguing. Can I get some of these spores maybe in a little jar?
Oh, he can put them in you.
Yeah,
Ugh.
I'll give you my seed.
Yikes.
All you have to do is die. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know?
Maybe
Yeah,
I
I
could
think
just
like
maybe Zor could watch you do it to somebody and then collect whatever it is he
Yeah.
needs.
I think like party dynamic wise, like forming a bond with everybody in the party, like Sparrow has fit in so well with the party just like from day one. Like I think it's really
She has such a great
Like,
attitude.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
April as the player just came in like a
I
fucking
love
fireball.
April. Yeah.
She came
And
in
we
like-
were all about it. Like that day one when she subbed in, we're like, can we please just like keep
You're
her?
like, can we
'Cause
keep her, please?
such like a great fit.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
she is an amazing player, an amazing person. Just always full of life and everything.
Yeah.
And she's
But yeah, like I mean, especially since Sparrow has been here, because I think at first like Charlie really saw the group as like just a means to an end for a while, and like I've said this a few times in character of like, you know, Charlie never really had friends. Like she has one really good friend in her life, and like
Theo.
well, other than that, well, yeah,
Yeah.
okay, two really good friends in her life. But like she's never really cared to have any friends other than that. Like she's never really wanted to until like it started to feel more like a family and like more like, oh, I'm staying with these people for a reason, not just because it's the thing to do. And so like I think Sparrow's really brought that out in her of like, oh, like me and Sparrow have been bonding over these things. Like Sparrow gave me these gifts. Like I haven't gotten a gift from another person in a very long time.
what
like,
are you?
this-
Oh, Banks
this
is
means
here.
something
Banks
to
is
me.
here, and he's gonna yell at you because he did give you a gift.
He
I
did?
see the dot
Yeah.
already.
Yeah,
I feel like
Oh.
like a terrible person myself. What
he
Charlie
gave
would probably remember.
he
but...
gave you the new chess set after Astra died.
Oh
Yeah. yeah.
Okay.
And I
yes,
helped
remember
carve some
that.
of it.
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah, and
That's
Zor
right.
helped
Yeah.
carved it, and you guys played on it because you gave the other chess. You gave your original chess
Yeah.
set to.
So yeah, I had the really nice one that you guys got from me.
Yeah.
And then I had the old one, which is the one that Zor carved stuff at. Like my old one is he carved the pieces into other stuff, and I put the queen
Right.
at
Yeah.
Astra's shrine because it was
Yeah.
Astra. And then I gave the rest of the set to Hawks as a birthday present.
Yes, that's what it was. Yeah.
Oh,
So you
yeah.
gave someone an incomplete chess set.
It was only
Like,
missing one
here's-
piece.
You're only
Here's
missing
a
one piece.
puzzle. You'll never finish it.
Yeah.
Get fucked.
The most important piece, arguably, but like, no.
Yeah.
It's oh.
He can just make a living mechanical
Yeah, he-
replacement.
Yeah,
He can
exactly.
use his-
He can make like fucking wizard chess.
Yeah. So like, oh, poor Hawks. Oof. I'm.
Can't-
We're gonna save him.
Yeah, I. In Melody and all of them, yes, you are. I am.
We,
oh.
like,
And the captain and
Well, the captain.
Sonara and
Yeah, and Sonara. And
I mean they're two different big groups that we have to save
Yeah.
technically because they're one of them's maybe dead. The
They're-
other's
they're all
just
gonna be,
captured
like-
by a maniac.
They're like all going to be years deep in this like Stockholm syndrome of like being taken over and like forced to be in this like other crew, and they're not going to want to come back to us. Like, we're going to show up to them. They're all going to be the bad guys. We have to kill our friends. You watch.
I don't. Our characters, I don't think, have really made any friends outside of like the party. We don't really stick around very long.
Yeah, you guys don't stick around. You always leave one guy behind.
Yes, to die to the nature. You know.
Yeah, but you guys are starting to basically like if you guys keep working for Morzan and Katrina with whatever they're doing, you're gonna create allies that way. And you guys are slowly like meeting people. You guys are doing a lot of like hit and run type stuff. Like you guys, you with oh my god, the Whispering Bluffs. You guys were there. You guys did a play, but you met the mayor.
Oh yeah, we did a whole play.
Yeah.
I forgot about that somehow. Like with actual acts and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't sure when we first did that. I was like, okay, so are we just gonna do the like, and this act goes through, and then this one, and then this one. Ta-da, we're done. And it was like, no, you're playing it all out.
You're playing it
was like-
out.
I was like, oh shit, okay. But I mean, that I was thinking about that today. Like anytime that we're down a player, I'd be like, I don't really want to play because I feel like
There's so
our
much.
group is really different without everyone. like when we're down one person, I feel like it, at least for me, it really impacts the entire group. Like, I guess that's normal. It's 4 people, but
Yeah, I feel like especially with smaller groups like this, like a group of like a party of 4, like it's really difficult to play when you're down even just one person.
Yeah.
not even from like a mechanic standpoint, but just from like a role play too. It's like, because you're so used to like, haha, I bounce off you, this person bounce off, and then it's like that dynamic changes. It's like if Relna's ever gone, I'm like, I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
What the fuck does Fenjian do? He needs Relna. Be my moral compass, or I'm gonna kill everyone.
And
like, what's happening?
And like this, even though technically as an 8-player, this is 4 people is probably the smallest I have actually run D&D. I typically do it for like 8 people.
I wouldn't be able to do. I like this 4 size.
I'm enjoying this.
I've
I don't want to
done a small group. I've always run groups like 6+.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
So like
Yeah.
I mean, everyone always wants to play. That's the problem. It's like, oh, you're starting a campaign. Rob, no, that's like 13 people, dude. I'm sorry, I can't have you and 4 others.
Yeah, I think my ideal like party size that I personally like to play in is like 5 or 6 people, and then like so this is I think is the smallest group I've ever really like played in. I think I'm actually playing in another group right now that only has 4 people now. We had like 6 people, but we recently dropped down to 4 again. So I'm like, oh, now I'm playing in 2 very small groups. This is very different from what I'm used to.
Yeah, and like this actually, the whole concept of this didn't start off as 2 parties. It started off as just 1, and I just had so many applicants and some people that I loved. I'm like, I want them all. How do I make this work? And
so,
go on.
No, go finish what you're saying.
So like having 2 was like a great idea because I have a secret desire, and you guys actually, I think this is going to be a spoiler. There's actually 7 starting points in this campaign.
Oh.
And one of my secret desires is to run a campaign that each party starts in the different spot at the same time.
Oh. That sounds nice.
Yeah, it's cool.
And that's my secret desire. The one rule I was going to have, just because it'd be running, it would be
7 games.
7
Literally
games.
Every
7
night
games at once.
The one rule I was going to have in that is that it was going to be kind of like a battle royale. If your character dies, you're out.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
And then the parties will eventually keep
Everyone
merging.
plays a warrior or a fucking fighter.
I was going to say, I would never play Charlie in that type of campaign. She dies way too easily.
What were you going to say, Shane?
Yeah.
I want to know why you picked each of us.
Ooh, God.
Ooh, yes. Mr. DM.
That's a tough
easy for me. I was a shoo-in. Actually, here's the short story. My original character submission, Rich denied. He said it was too dark.
Yeah, it was like too dark.
Too dark. I was like, oh.
And you know what? It typically what it is. I had someone play a very similar character before, and it did not end well. So I was just kind of like, and at that point, I was like, as soon as I got a bad feeling, it was whatever.
Yeah.
It's God.
Plus, we don't know each other as people.
Yeah.
Not that I,
Yeah, so I was like, it's a little bit different.
Not that I wouldn't have played him dark, but maybe not as dark as some.
That's a good question. That's a tough one. Okay, this was my litmus test. Because basically when I talked to you guys, I just basically I blurbed. I mean, I think everyone, I said, I'm going to just say a lot of what's happening in this world, and I was going to base it off your reactions. And I was basing the first initial reaction was, how much do I think I'm going to enjoy playing with this person? Like, do I think that they're going to enjoy my world? Because I know I'm going to enjoy things as a dungeon master when my players enjoy the world. I'm like, do they seem interested? Are they the player that seems that just wants to play, or they a player that wants to play in this campaign? And players who reacted, people who reacted, like, this sounds cool. Tell me more. I was like, cool, you're going to move on to the next step. And then when we were doing like the tryouts and one-shots, it was, the one-shot, I think caught a lot of people off guard because it was just funny. It was like a Halloween-themed one-shot based off of, oh my god, I can't think of the movie.
Hocus
Pocus. And it was it was a one shot based off Hocus Pocus, and just like, and I had I think I ran it like 5 times in 1 week.
Yeah.
And that whole litmus test was like, what do they come up with? What rules do they like? How do they handle solutions? Players who are creative and weren't like rule lawyery, kind of like, okay, cool. That's because I know the rules of D&D, and I know how to be rules lawyerly, and I know how things should be. I also know, like, this is a game of fun. Let's not use the rules all the time. So players who did that, and then it was just like, how did players interact with each other? Who reached out to another player? Who did that? And a lot of you guys all interacted, come with fun backstories, and did all that. And like, you guys would come with fun backstories and then talking with other players. Like, I had a secret test that actually I'm just telling you guys now. I didn't tell you guys to talk with other players. I remember assigning the role, like, hey, this is when your time slot is. This is when your time slot is. And I was watching, since that, how you guys were interacting in the Discord. Because I know in a Twitch campaign like game like this, I wanted you guys to all be friends in and out. And you guys all are. And I think that's what makes it such fun. And it makes players enjoy the game so much more. So I was looking at that as well. You guys, no one even knew. Like, if you guys weren't interacting in chat during the tryout, people didn't get in that much because I wanted a little level of involvement in just building friendships and relationships. Because this campaign can go to like 2 years sometimes. Because this campaign, when run, goes past level 20.
Ooh.
I mean, we're past 6 months now already.
Yeah.
And it still feels like early on.
Yeah.
We're only level 5, yeah.
Well, actually, because I keep forgetting to tell you guys this, everyone is close to leveling up.
Shit. Gotta look at D&D tools.
Everyone's
You
close.
should have saved that for the end of the talk, Rich. Now I'm
Now everyone's
Now everyone's gonna be like, what do I do?
Wednesday group, you are a little bit behind, unfortunately.
We are very behind.
most things. Just, I mean, not that it's a bad thing, but
Yeah.
Oh, well,
but like
we'll
but
see.
you guys have. But see, the other thing is that I don't know if anyone's in here. You guys don't know what your experience levels is at. This is an experience level game, and I do give experience for role play, and for those, like, you guys got a shit ton of experience for that Katrina Morzan shit that you guys pulled off.
Did we?
You got a shit ton for that.
Oh, hell yeah. That was one of my favorite things that we've done. I love, like, almost killing Allison by being like, get in the fucking house, Katrina. Like, just sitting here, like, yelling at a god or demigod, whatever. Be like, get in my fucking house right fucking now.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up. I hate you.
Yeah. But yeah, like, you guys got a lot because not only that, you guys learned a lot. And like, that's what sometimes I base experience on is like, what do you guys learn? Like, what does your character get more? Like, the deeper you guys get into the world, the more experience you guys can gain. Yes, Friday group, they get a lot of combat, but you guys are getting experience through finding things out about the Seven. Like, you guys found out about Jerope. That alone gained you. I want to say this. I want to finally give you that alone gave each player 750.
Jesus. Remember that time too that, like, 17 sessions in, we found out Relna has a child?
Yeah, I mean, I don't get experience for your
You should have taken experience away from us for not knowing that sooner. We're like, wait, what the fuck?
Yeah,
You have a husband? Who the
But,
fuck
like,
did you just...
but Friday group, you guys got like. I did the math the other.
well, we make up for it with the combat,
Yeah,
right?
the combat. Yeah, like with the hobgoblin fight and all that stuff, you guys get like 500 a session of fight. So
Well, I mean, when we were at Shreveport, they basically told us that we were reincarnated
yeah,
people of the Seven, so shouldn't we get, like, extra points for being likened to demigods or something?
Yeah, but, like, here's the thing. Like, have you met them?
No, and I don't really think I want to
I
after
think it's
what
because
I've
we
heard.
might be them. So,
Oh,
I mean,
no, you're not. Because
exactly.
we met
there when-
ourselves.
We were there when one of them died, by the way, and then we also know 2 other ones.
Okay,
don't-
you were there when like a demigod died, but were you there when like a real god died and got reincarnated?
True.
I have part of him in a jar. Just
He
saying.
does.
I mean,
he does.
We
Yeah.
have souls.
I'd
Kind
like to taste
of
it.
carry. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you had.
Ooh.
Speaking
Well,
of,
what I need is one of those like little spoon dippers for the glass jar. We can just kind of
oh my god.
little god dust.
Speaking of Rich, I've been meaning to ask. So like, when we had that whole festival in Shreveport, when they were like, "Oh, you are this person of the 7, and you are this person of the 7," and they like told Charlie that she was like Morzan or something,
Uh-huh.
and they like expectantly gave her this drink that's
Yes.
like a wintry like
Morzan's
drink,
favorite
whatever.
drink.
Yeah,
Yep.
Morzan's favorite drink or whatever. Like, was that? I don't even know how to ask this, but like, you knew that Charlie wouldn't like that drink, wouldn't.
Yeah, I
feel
actually
good
did know that.
taking that
I
drink. Like,
But this is the funny thing, and actually, these 2 are here right now. When they met Morzan, what drink was he drinking?
Oh, there was so much shit going on. If I remember. Was he drinking?
Yes, he
I
was.
don't know. We were too
He
busy
was
looking at
drinking-
the servants pissing
Yeah,
themselves.
he was busy drinking a blue drink with little white clouds coming out of it. It's a little single like dry ice thing. He was. So he is still drinking that drink, and I introduced that drink before you had it.
yeah. Okay, so like, but then you likened Charlie to Morzan and gave her this drink that you knew she wouldn't like.
How much does Charlie know about Morzan?
This has nothing to do with Morzan. Everything to do with Charlie.
No, but I just mean like in general. Like, how much do you guys like know about the 7?
Everything that I've read from these
From
young
the-
adult fan
Okay.
fiction novels.
Mm.
So
Again.
basically,
Gotta know
that
he's a cool
Morzan
dude.
is here. I'll take my notes out right now.
Yeah.
What do I know about Morzan? That he has he made a deal with a figure cloaked in white light for knowledge and power. He has an unrequited love back home somewhere. But then we found out that where is it? Let's see.
She's laying it down right now.
They met Morzan's partner, which is another man, and he's a human male in his 60s. But true love doesn't die when the person does, and that
We
he
don't know
accepted
that.
his pact to take Laz's place, who is his lover, because the pact would have made Laz have eternal life.
Oh, fuck.
That's everything I know about Morzan right now.
Yeah.
We admittedly know very little about Morzan, but he was like Katrina. So we hate Katrina. We can't stand her. She's a stupid bitch, and I hate everything about her.
I think that's who Banks was likened to.
It.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
She's a bard. But she gave us. She's the singular reason we have trust issues in the campaign, basically. But Morzan was essentially like, she was like, "Don't work with Morzan," and we were like, "Katrina doesn't like Morzan. We love Morzan now."
Yeah.
Like, because she said not to, we were like, "He's our best friend." Like, ha 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 ha, fuck you. Like,
Honestly, I would.
Also idolizes him
well, yeah,
just because of everything he's done up north.
that makes
Who
sense.
does?
Mm-hmm.
Boggs, my character.
Oh,
Yeah.
Is there a cat
Interesting.
outside your house?
yeah, there are 3 cats that
Oh,
they're
okay.
stray cats, and they live in our sunroom. Basically, we've been taking care of
Oh.
them for the last year since like we found them as little kittens.
Oh, okay. I just saw it, like, I was like, I couldn't tell if it was a cat or a dog.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it's a
sorry,
cat.
continue.
But what was I going to say? Yeah, no, I am. But Banks says I'm really curious what Zor's doing with this kettle popcorn machine. Very curious.
The popcorn maker, huh?
Yeah. I don't, because part of me knows a lot of things that can be made with that stuff, and I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
Just like when I get instantly suspicious when players go, "Can I buy flour?" I'm like,
You're gonna make a bomb.
yeah.
We don't craft like
Yeah, a little-
anything.
Which,
A steel canister that can be used as a pressure cooker.
yeah, I know. I would,
So many things.
But you guys are doing a lot of other stuff with the crafting and stuff like that.
I've been fermenting raw meat in my pocket.
Yeah,
That's true. Pocket
That's
jerky.
fantastic. I love me
Piece
some
around his
jerky.
forehead.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's true. I forgot about that. That's right. You did goblin-y things. I have in my little downtime thing like things I want to try to create. Like, so I do have like crafting stuff, but I feel like we go to sleep and then wake up, like we'll have some big thing happen and then we go to sleep right afterwards or whatever. We'll like go back to a house, lay down and talk about it, wake up and we're like, okay, we have a 6 a.m. meeting with this person. Like, so it's like go to sleep, wake up, do this. I haven't really, I don't know. Crafting hasn't been a priority, even though like I want to make shit that's cool.
Yeah.
I have a lot of ideas for stuff I want to craft, but like everything that I've brought up is like exorbitantly expensive. And as previously stated, I'm a wizard who needs money to just exist in the world, basically. So
Yeah.
like I can't afford to craft anything cool.
I mean, we're crafting something for Boggs, so
Yeah.
or well, getting it crafted.
Yeah, like once you guys get to level, like I know how the campaign, like money wise, kind of progresses. You guys are one thing that's interests me is that you guys aren't aligned with well, I guess Wednesday was kind of aligned with Morzan, very suspicious. Like that shocked me, but you guys aren't aligned with anyone open. Like you guys have no open presence, like with the world. Like and it touched me so much with Friday Group when they like. Because they finally said their name. I think when Sparrow, like, people were like, they saved someone.
Oh yeah, that like sent chills down my spine when she was like,
Yeah.
"The exiled stars," and I'm like,
Oh.
"Oh."
We fucking say our name as often as we
Yep.
possibly can. We're like, by the way, we're Tinnitus. Like, hey guys.
Well, did you guys come up with your name? Because we just kind of had we kind of stole ours a little bit. Like,
I don't remember how we came up. I know we did.
Yeah, you guys did come up with it. Friday Group, I felt kind of bad because I was like, because it basically was Tinnitus and then it was Friday Group. And I'm like, I don't
No, you know the rule about nicknames.
Yeah.
You can't give it to yourself,
Yeah,
otherwise
you can't-
everyone's going to be nicknamed Laser and
Yeah.
Hawk and Dragon
Taserface.
Force and
is
like,
that how
yeah.
Hawk's got his name?
How did we get
Call me
Tinnitus?
Nighthawk. Everyone calls me
I don't-
Nighthawk. No one calls you that, dude. No,
I mean, it's
he is
gotta
like
be
a
in my
teenager.
notes.
Yeah.
your name's Weird Eddie.
I don't
Okay,
remember.
that's what we're gonna call
Honestly,
you.
I can't even remember how you got Tinnitus either. And I remember you guys. I don't remember how you got it. I remember being told we are the Tinnitus, and I'm like, where did that come from? And I just sort of been going with it for the past 3 months.
I think Fengion had said that Relna was gonna give him tinnitus at some point,
Oh.
and then
Probably.
later that session, Relna introduced us as Tinnitus.
Oh, that would make sense.
Yeah.
That's funny.
She was probably like yelling or something. That like, yeah, no, that would make sense. And now we've just been, our tagline is like Tinnitus. You get used to us after a while. Like,
What's that ringing?
yeah, that's just us.
That's just some rope moving around.
Yeah.
And then we have this profound name, the Exiled Stars. Like,
It does
Yeah,
sound
we're
like a show
Tinnitus.
name, though.
Yeah.
That really did, though, legit make my hair stand up when
Yeah.
she said
Me
that the other
too.
night. And I told her
Oh
as
my
much, and she was
God.
like,
yeah, it was
just strange.
It was
Like,
It was.
Yeah, because I don't think any of us have ever like introduced ourselves or
Mm-mm.
like really acknowledged that we're a group until that very moment, like that we are an actual group that have allied each other with each other. So like
yeah.
in that moment when Sparrow, the newest person to the group, kind of introduced us in such a way, it felt kind of like, oh shit, we are something bigger than just the sum of our parts.
Yeah.
Like,
And it was weird to have that. The cool and strange part was that having that feeling naturally, like
Yeah.
none of that was planned, and the fact
No.
that she just said that, and it was like, like
Yeah.
Bo as a person, like I actually my hair stood up,
Mhm.
like as if I think a character in a story, like as an actor, that's what you would want to portray when you're playing a character, and to have it happen naturally to you was like awesome.
yeah, it
awesome.
was perfect. It was
Yeah.
perfect timing, like perfect everything. Like
was
it
so
was just
cool.
so good.
Mm-hmm.
So that makes me okay. Between the two parties, which party do you think is more serious?
Oh.
Like,
Good question.
Oh god.
Because I know they're both fuck around parties.
Yeah.
I mean, and I
we're
use that
both
term
goofy as
loosely,
hell.
but these are two like very comedic
Two very comedic
campaigns.
parties. I would say Wednesday, it's probably because you guys are actively, you guys haven't like the Friday the Exile Stars. Their original plot idea that I had for them, they're not on it. My original, like way back when, was I was thinking they were going to stick with the whole God thing. But then they hopped on an airship
Immediately.
and the fact that
Well, you could say it's fine.
yeah, basically, like, this is an airship, yeah.
you guys are on airships and we're trying to save
Like,
the
I think it
world.
was after that episode that I was like talking to Rob outside. I was like, he's gonna take that away from us. Like, probably tomorrow. You'll see. Like,
And then you guys
just like you can't just
I mean,
session two. Like, we have an airship.
and you guys had it for like what, a good 6
We had it
7
for a
Couple
while.
weeks.
yeah.
It's a couple weeks,
But-
like 3
Yeah, 'cause
weeks,
there
maybe
was-
something like that.
Yeah, there was like a week in-game time that we were traveling to Ancient Chasm Bridge, and then once we got to Ancient Chasm Bridge, it was discussed of like, oh, are you staying on the crew with us? Because we'll sign you up and you get a sign-on bonus and shit like that. And that's where we got a lot of gold, honestly.
Mhm.
And then like all of that shit happened, and then we were traveling with them, and we were planning on just traveling with them for a while, and then the plot showed up.
Yeah. The plot showed up, but I would say Wednesday because you guys know that there's something happening, and you guys are looking into it. Not that Friday isn't. Friday is a little bit more on a personal vendetta. The lines, like if the Sabian thing took you guys off plot, you guys would keep doing it, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing at all. But no, you are pretty serious with that. Oh god, this is tough. My gut instinct would say Wednesday just because you guys have been so persistent and you guys have learned a lot of the background lore dump.
I mean, I guess also we have like in like a 2-minute period, we're getting the fucking 7 back together. So
Yeah.
like, I mean, I suppose that is a little more like inherently like, oh, okay. Like, I don't know. I have another question though. Who do you
Okay.
think's gonna die first? If anyone dies, which
man.
character do you think? I don't know. How many times have you gone down though as Charlie?
In the last 2 weeks, a lot.
A lot.
Bravo, I've made up for the entire campaign not going down to 0 hit points at all just in the last 2 weeks.
Honestly, I think Banks.
I would think Banks,
Banks,
yeah.
yeah.
His rolling is horrible. I mean, like, look at his hit rate on his
Yeah.
attacks,
He has like
and
a
then
but he's
apply
healing,
that
though.
to
His
apply that to
healing,
like a
though.
death throw.
yeah. That's
You know, it's like, okay,
yeah.
roll your death saves.
I have the
Good
horrible
luck.
feeling that it's going to be Relna because she puts herself in a lot of like sticky situations and she tends to roll well.
Yeah.
And I think there's going to be one time where she doesn't, and
There's-
it's just
yeah.
gonna,
Not only
we're all
that, there's a
gonna be
lot of
fucked.
times I just don't roll well against her. I just
Yeah,
don't.
no, and she fucking has halfling luck, so she rolls a 1 and it's like fuck you, it's a 20 now. Like
Yeah. No.
That's a good point, though. Anyone who's like actively finding situations that could be dire, that's
well, and she's
like
a-
percentage stacking against them. So
She's a
I mean-
melee ranger, so like
I love melee rangers. They have a special place in my heart, and I told her that.
I mean she's
I was like,
she's great.
I was like,
like-
yes.
She just like she has a, I just kind of picture her as like a hedgehog with weapons on its back instead of spikes, because like she'll literally be in combat and she'll be like, I drop my great axe, I pick up my bow, I drop my bow and I pull out my hammer,
Yeah.
I drop my hammer and I pull out the daggers, and it's just like, okay, Relna, like I scoop them all up when we leave.
Yep.
Like it's
I
it's
mean-
kind of crazy.
vacuum bag of holding.
Yep.
Our
Yeah,
bag
like
of holding is
I-
used for horrible cursed items only.
Yeah.
Oh, we have one that you can add to it if you'd like.
Oh, what do you have that we could have?
Inside out
my
bag of
terrible
holding to
rapier
put in
that
your
tried
bag
to
of holding.
possess me.
Oh, yeah, we could
Pride.
put it
That
in
thing
there.
did possess you.
We have a soul we could put
I
in with
got,
it.
I got back.
You got back. How?
Yeah.
This gets-
Possess is such a subjective term. I mean,
Yeah.
I guess this is my question for you, Charlie. Like, how did you feel about that moment? Like, Like I think from my moment, I think you knew. I thought like metagaming size, you knew what you thought you knew what magical item this was.
I was almost positive I knew what magical like I thought it was like a homebrew version of a magical item.
Mhm.
Like I thought it was Craven Edge from Critical Role. Like
Okay.
a modified version of that because like it had all the same things of like the wisdom saves, the charisma saves that I had to make and stuff like that if I wanted to use another weapon, and I'm just like, oh, but like I haven't killed enough people to like unlock its like potential or something. So I thought it was going to be something sort of like that, only instead of stealing strength, it would steal dex, which would be really cool for me. But like no, it ended up being something completely different,
Yeah.
and I'm just like,
Because I don't think everyone knew this, but everyone has downtime tabs on this sheet that I use for the crafting and skills. On Charlie's, I put down.
there's a kill one.
There was a kill counter.
Yeah.
Oh.
Mhm.
And it didn't.
Rona has a body count, but it's completely different.
Yes, but definitely. But she had a kill counter, and as the kills got higher, the sword kept doing more.
Oh.
And I was.
Now
Yeah.
I'm scared.
Yeah, so that was me as the player, how I felt about that whole thing, like when it happened in the moment, I was like, yo, this is fucking insane. But like Charlie was probably like when I went down to like when she went down to 0 hit points and like she was still up, was she conscious of what like she
No.
was doing? She was completely out of it. So
No,
she didn't know.
She didn't know, but like it was those moments like in between when you would when you would get healed, and you had to do those saves, and at one point you failed the save, and the thing remained in control. You were then conscious of that moment. You had to watch
okay.
Remember, I said you watch yourself stab, and maybe like perhaps that last moment you're the reason why, or it missed.
Okay. Yeah, so she was probably like, obviously when she didn't know what was going on, she didn't know what was going on, but like when, I think in the moment when like she wasn't in control, but she was actively attacking Banks, like she was really thinking at that moment, like they should just kill me. Like I don't want to survive at the cost of me killing my friends and stuff like that. And so like, but then Banks and Sparrow like fucking surrounded her in like this hug and like refused to attack her, and I'm just like, guys, kill her, please. Like
Could you imagine if they did? They were just like, oh, fuck this bitch, gun. And it's like, what the fuck? Banks just shoots you in the head.
God, I don't know. Like, I mean, like I said, like Charlie was like completely at peace with that because she's like, I'd rather that happen than me hurt my friends anymore. But like, I also know that they wouldn't do that. So I don't know. It was a very difficult situation.
It was very interesting. That whole combat, I was like, the end. And I've been waiting for this moment to happen for a while too, because like, it was just like, ooh, this thing is gonna be interesting. And let's face it, you're a little bit of a glass cannon, so I knew it was gonna happen.
Yep.
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit. I have 19 hit points. The thing is, it's like, and I've realized this after that combat specifically, is as long as our combats are less than 10 rounds, I'm usually okay. But like as soon as it hits 10 rounds, that's when Blade Song drops off. That's when Haste drops off. Like all at once.
I was really scared that you weren't going to notice until I said something at the end. I was like, and then
I was trying to keep track of it, but I lost track at some point, and I'm like, God, if this doesn't end soon, I am going to fucking go down.
The fun thing, if you go to when you go to the combat encounter thing, it actually tells you in the top right.
Oh, I did not know that. I'll be able to keep track better now.
Yeah,
But
actually, maybe I don't know. I always see it from the GM side, but yeah, actually it says round 1, round 2, round whatever.
Well, that's
okay,
nice.
yeah. But yeah, like come round 10, because my first move in combat's usually now like haste as an action and then bonus action Blade Song, and so they'll both drop off at the exact same time. And if I'm in a bad situation when that happens, like it did in that combat, I'm instantly down 5 in my AC, and I'm stunned, so I can't take an action that turn. And so it's a bad time if it ends at a bad time. Like,
Oh yeah, I was very worried about what's gonna happen to you. And I even forgot about Blade Song. I thought that was for 10 minutes for some reason.
yeah, I forgot about that too until like it was after you had asked if like certain things hit, and I'm like, oh, that one won't, but that one will, but I'll use shield. And then like it was a couple people had gone after that, and I'm like, wait a second. If haste is gone, that means Blade Song's gone. And I'm like, I'm sorry, that would have hit and I'm down now.
Yeah.
And so that was the breaking point, actually, is me realizing that Blade Song was down as well.
Like, I don't think I could play a character like that. I would lose my shit.
Oh, it's terrifying. It's absolutely terrifying. Like, I have 19 hit points. I have the only saving grace of me is my AC and how fucking fast I can move, which if I have 2 levels of exhaustion, that instantly negates how fast I can move because it halves your movement speed. So like, so that means if I have 100 movement speed, that's instantly half to 50. Like,
Yeah, poor you with 50 move speed.
well,
Yeah.
it's just like the more move speed you have, the more you lose when you have your move speed.
Yeah. There is definitely a lot of things like that always kind of like, I know these are the rules, but it always bothers me a little bit. Like, when you stand up, you lose half your move speed. When you get on a horse, you lose half. You get a mount, you lose half your move speed. And stuff like that. It's like, always personally wonder why it's half. Then sometimes I get it, because it is not an easy thing to get on a horse. It's not an easy thing, like, to get up sometimes, at least my age.
But yeah,
It's
like,
probably just sometimes comes straight up down to like a tabletop mechanic of like, okay, we need a blanket rule that's going to cover this, and that.
Yeah.
How do we do it that makes sense for like most numbers, maybe not all, and it might not make sense for actual like RP situations, but
yeah, no, and it's definitely that finding that balance sometimes. With like I have, there's a lot of homebrew rules that I like that actually aren't in this game because they're things that I enjoy, but they make the game so complicated sometimes. Like, I love homebrew facing rules. And it's
Wait, what?
Homebrew what rules?
Facing. The way that your character is facing can determine your AC and can determine your reactions. Like, for example, if you attack someone in the back with a range attack, you have advantage because you're literally shooting them in the back. On the flip side, you can your shields only count for a shield in the front. So it's like attacking someone in the back is a very important thing to do. Because you can also...
Isn't that like more along the lines of like how 3.5 in Pathfinder did AC?
Yeah. And
Wait, so do you do that that way or do you
No,
not?
no.
Okay, I was gonna say I haven't noticed it. I feel like I would have died a lot more.
No, it's one of the things that I enjoy doing when I'm playing with people that I know are very like... They also play Warhammer and they play other things. And what's the other one?
3.5 and Pathfinder have like just constantly fluctuating AC of like,
Yeah.
oh, I have the high ground, so you get minus to hit, but then you have this thing, so you get a plus, but then it's a Tuesday and it's slightly overcast, so you get this other bonus. Yeah, it's like, it's math the game for sure.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
And
that's why I love 5e, man. It's
5e
like
is beautifully simple.
you can
much
throw
easier.
almost everything out the window if you want and still have a playable game. Apply dice to anything, and
Yeah. Like, you gotta think like how many different games, like...
it's so flexible.
Yeah.
So flexible.
I personally want to run. I promised my one friend, because we're all Avatar friends, like fanboys and fangirls, that Avatar's coming out with a 5e module. And we're going to play that somehow. We have to figure it out.
Like the last Airbender Avatar, or... Okay.
I want to play.
Blue Avatar, okay.
Pretty sweet.
Yeah, that's cool.
In the vein of AC sort of thing, I have another question for the DM.
Okay. Yeah, shoot.
If you were to pin 2 characters against each other, which 2 would you pin against each other? Like in a brawl, PvP, whatever you want to call.
Is this what 2 characters I see most likely fighting, or
Like, what is going to be the most fair
Yeah.
fight?
Okay, like,
Or-
Well, how about we do both? You just do whatever you.
Yeah,
your
who would
little
you
heart
want to
desires.
see? And
Who-
yeah,
who
like,
would
I'm
I-
curious,
who would you
why
wanna
don't you
see
give us a
fight each
couple
other?
scenarios?
okay, who would I honestly like to see in a fight?
Because we can make it happen.
Yeah. I honestly wouldn't hate a bard off, like a bard versus bard fight.
I
But
think
A
it,
bard
it would just
off.
depend on who went first.
Yeah,
Essentially,
it really
I think.
would.
As
And
most D&D PvP
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
who goes first. Like, no.
I would say that would probably be the funnest to watch because it'd just be
You hear that, Banks? Let's go.
um
All I have to do is get. Wow.
But that'd be like dueling banjos.
Yeah,
though. That's all I can think of. That's like
yeah.
literally a bard off.
yeah, I know. It'd be like a guitar solo challenge. I honestly though, I think Rona and Charlie would be a fun fight.
Ooh, that would be. Yeah.
Because
I feel like
Rona has pretty decent AC. She has like 19 AC, I think. When all her stuff's going, she has like 19 AC. And she also rolls really well, and she has like a +6 to most of her attacks.
I think she could hit you,
She could probably hit you, and you probably could
take
use
you down.
and you would have to use shield to do
Yeah.
But when she hits you, she hits hard. Like,
Oh yeah.
because when she hits, she does 1d6 for Hunter's Mark, 1d8 for, well, if you took any damage, Class of Slayer, and another 1d8 for the damage, plus a +4, and then plus, depending on your type, what level she is, could be additional 2 +2 or +4 damage.
That's. Yeah. I wouldn't want to fight Relna.
No, like
The only thing I would do is I would cast suggestion on her and run the fuck away.
yeah.
Like goodbye. You run the other direction. I'll run this way. Have fun. See you later.
What
But
type is
hopefully
she? She's a
not.
hunter?
Yeah.
She's a hunter.
What kind of hunter is she?
Revised.
Okay.
Revised, because I love rangers. 'Cause I played my first character was a ranger, so I always had a soft spot for rangers. So I'm like, I'm gonna let me like. Hopefully, she doesn't mind.
Yeah, I mean, like, with all my stuff up during a fight, because like haste is becoming like a must-have for me
Yeah.
recently. So like my AC would be 21, and then plus shield that'd be 26. So I'd have to constantly be putting that up if she keeps trying to hit me.
Yeah, and
She attacks a lot.
She attacks
like
twice. She has advantage on the first round. So if she
and
goes
she
fir-
has halfling
But-
luck.
yeah.
Yeah, but if I have haste up, and you said we're close to leveling, so when we
Yeah.
level, I'm gonna have 3 attacks with haste up because I'm gonna have double attack for my action, and then I'm gonna have my haste action.
The one
She
thing
also has a lot of health.
The
though.
one thing to note about that, Charlie, is that if you use Booming Blade, you can't use Booming Blade with double attacks.
Yeah, so I would be able
Yeah.
to booming blade, but then attack regularly, and then
No.
yes, you can, because the way that Tasha's came out with a revised
Oh.
Blade Singer, you can do a cantrip and an attack in the same as like part of your action. With double attack, you can do a cantrip and a melee attack.
I need to look this up because I remember reading Tasha's, and I'm trying. And Tasha's the one that kind of like it. Oh, it went like this
Yeah,
one's
I
different.
Yeah, I didn't realize that, and then my friend sent it to me because they know that I play a Blade Singer in this game, and they're like, "Oh, look at this! This is fucking amazing!" I'm like, "That means I can booming blade and then do another attack."
I have no idea what's going on.
I
in
will
this
double check
conversation.
this. It sounds
I
possible.
would be interested to see Boggs fight someone.
But that's what I think. I think it'd be fun
I
to
think
fight.
Boggs could win.
Charlie and Rona, I think could be a very interesting fight. I think who's most likely to fight.
And if she doesn't take out Theo, I can get advantage on every attack.
I think the characters that are most likely to fight. I would say Rona is gonna be one, because she is a little firecracker.
I don't think I'd be opposed to fighting another bard. I don't have a great track record with
Yeah,
them so far.
yeah. I don't think. I'm trying to think. Like she wouldn't fight anyone in her own party, and I'm trying to think. I think she'd probably more likely fight It's a toss up between Banks or Zora. It depends on Banks.
She likes dwarves though. Isn't Zora a dwarf?
Zora is a dwarf. So yeah.
So I don't know that she might not pick him.
She might fight Banks. Because of Banks's.
Because he's
just through roleplay elements of the two characters alone. It's possible they could have a little fiction. But
also, like, he is like, you know, he's got goat hooves, so she'd be like, it's just like killing a
If she
fucking
fights
deer.
Banks, she's gonna end up fighting Zora. So.
No, exactly. So it's a very interesting.
And then I fight with Relna until we almost die and I run away.
Yeah, like I would say, like,
One of you an elf?
Me?
No,
Charlie. Charlie's an elf.
Yeah.
She is a larger elf. So,
Imagine being an elf.
yeah,
Can't relate.
Pretty great.
You get like, don't you get like Misty Step or whatever, right?
mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, Base Step, depending on what season I'm in, it does different things, which is how I've like gotten Banks out of danger quite a lot. Like I swear to God, I've used it more on him than I have myself, because in the spring season, which is what Charlie's default season is, she can use it on an ally as opposed to herself. And so she goes out to Banks and has him teleport 30 feet away while he's unconscious.
That's good. We have Eden has Misty Step, right? Yeah, she uses that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really honestly know what Eden does that much because like I've like
Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, well, I mean that from 120 feet away. So I mean, she could fight Charlie maybe. Like,
yeah,
just because if Charlie tries to run, like, she would be the one that would be more apt to like
Eden
attack
also,
Charlie on the run.
issue with Eden, she also has 12 AC.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
I'd
But
get her in an instant.
I mean, like, if
she
they're
could
in a
snipe me from
field.
far away, but I could get to her in like 2 turns.
Yeah.
Yeah. She hasn't gone down yet, has she?
No, you guys haven't really gone down that much. I think only one you went down twice.
I've gone down
twice or 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
Rona, I think, went down once. And I don't think anyone else have.
Boggs?
I went down once.
You went down in the warehouse fight, I think.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
But like, I also see. I haven't looked into your guys' like classes because I really like the idea of like the one when in that I think it was the warehouse fight when you're like, I have full HP again or whatever. I was like, what the fuck is happening? Like, how did you do this? Like,
Yeah,
I'm the tank.
I do have a lot of HP.
Yeah, you do.
How much do you have?
Well, it's not just my base HP. It's my wild shape.
Yeah.
Ability gives me 10 hit points.
You get what, 25 10 HP or whatever now, like 20. Yeah.
Where can I get some of that?
Switch classes real quick. Let's see. What's
Screw
another?
Rogue. Charlie's gonna go Druid now.
Screw Rogue and everything else. But yeah, no, that's what I think is gonna fight. I think the Belmont's the Belmid's crossover is gonna be very interesting.
I'm excited.
Do you have any idea when that's gonna happen?
Honestly,
And how many people are there gonna be asking for an overlay friend?
I'm hoping everyone can be involved.
Okay.
I have to figure out. You and me have to figure out how we're gonna do the overlay. Because that's gonna be a challenge.
I just make everything smaller.
Yeah, everyone's gonna be smaller. Then I'm also. I think it's gonna be everyone for the most part. It's gonna be the whole week. So instead of Wednesday, Friday of individual, it's gonna be Wednesday, everyone, Friday, everyone. Just for that 1 week.
Oh.
Just so
Permitted everyone can play. I guess.
Yeah, permitted everyone can play because I know everything's changing. So I'm trying to figure all that out. And also I'm not gonna. Even though all roads lead to Belmits right now, it's not
like if we go. Yeah.
Yeah. If you guys don't decide to go, then like I'm not gonna force you guys to go to Belmits. I'm like you guys, because like with what if you guys on Wednesday tonight has decided we want to get this dagger and you want to go whatever, and Friday gets to Belmits and leave Belmits before you get there, then there's no crossover. Like I would love for it to happen, but I'm not gonna change any party's story to make it happen. I'm not gonna, like everyone's story is their own.
Our plan is to go to Belmitz, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, because Morzan has a job outside of Belmitz.
We're gonna take a boat there, or are we teleporting there and then taking a boat back?
You guys haven't.
Taking the boat.
You guys haven't. You guys decided taking a boat, but you guys also considered teleporting to Shreveport, then walking the rest of the way. So
Because
I think we decided on the boat.
if we do the boat, then we can teleport out.
yeah,
Yeah.
but if you
Because
also,
we can teleport. Just by the way, guys, I don't know if you know that we know the gods and we can teleport. So, or the 7 rather.
Yeah.
Just a fun fact.
yeah.
Don't mean to like.
Well, we
rub
have
it
an
in.
airship.
Yeah, but that's kind of slow because we can just go bloop, and it's like, hey, look, we're there.
Yeah, but you can only do it. You only can do it to places you have been.
They don't need to know that
Oh,
though,
I'm sorry.
Rich.
I'm sorry. Here I am.
Personal chauffeur, don't we?
Yeah, what's his fucking name? What's our
Uh,
little guy that we have
Finley?
on retainer?
Finley?
Finley, yeah. We have an airship, sort of. It's just real small.
Yeah.
And like,
Right.
we have a horse,
Tulip.
which we have to figure out what's going on with
Yeah,
that.
because that's the other thing. Like, are you taking Tulip on this boat?
Yep.
And if you're
Well, you just
not,
want to eat its heart.
if you're not, you get. I'm not the one telling Eden that.
I mean, we
We'll
don't
just
tell
give her the
Eden.
old Bill treatment from Lord of the Rings. Just tell us to go away.
How mad do you think she would be if I just suggested her and told her to forget about the horse
Oh,
for 8 hours?
and then basically,
Oh no.
I've never.
she would literally press the portal and go back to Ancient Chasm Bridge just to get Tulip. I
Yeah, that's
guarantee you.
true.
She would murder you first.
Yeah,
But she wouldn't know that I did it, though. Suggestion, they're not aware.
Suggestion's
So-
the only charm spell that doesn't specify that they know they've been charmed by you.
they don't know they've been shown by you. They do know you told them to do something, and you do it.
Wow.
So
Well, at that point, it's like, okay, well, you
Yeah.
listened to me. It's your fault.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
I'm
And-
just very persuasive, you know
Holds
that.
up in court.
Yeah.
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 And also the fact that I think Finjion has explained this spell several times to make sure people don't
Yeah.
hit things that when
Yes,
they are
I
suggested.
have. Blogs.
My bad.
There's been like 2 times where I've used it on like Big Bad or whatever we're fighting, and then literally the next person to go is Shane, and he attacks the person.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that
And-
was a 3rd level spell or whatever, 2nd level spell, like.
And I'm like,
And
yeah,
it's like
he's letting you
they
hit
were
him.
gonna
He's like,
they were gonna show us where the keys were. Next time you do that, I am suggesting your character, by the way, to throw his leg in the nearest ravine.
I think
Oh
he's
my
learned
God.
his lesson.
yeah,
I really want to use it on a party member. I think about that all the time, but then I'm also like, I don't want to be that person. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like,
yeah. No, like that's
it's
what,
really tempting to do, but also like it's not fun to take the agency from
No.
someone else
And
that's a
it-
player.
It's definitely like suggestion, all that stuff. It is a very like if it's for fun moments, like
Yeah,
then it's one
might do
thing.
it for something silly.
Yeah. But yeah, no, like I am thoroughly enjoying how this campaign is turning out, and you guys have already made me change things, which I love, and expect new
Yay.
things because like that's what happens to every game. Like I'm like, oh, what are these players gonna do? And I came into this like knowing very little, like having a rough idea, but I'm like I have no idea what you guys are gonna do. And I was feeling both parties out, and I'm really happy with how everything is going.
I still don't know what we're gonna do. Like, I mean,
Yeah, no.
I feel like we're gonna go to Belmitz, but like, depending on what we find there, like, there's a lot that we can do.
Oh yeah,
Like, it all just depends on what's in Belmitz. We're just gonna get there and it's gonna be like a circle to fucking hell or something, and we'll be like, okay, well, we're not going here anymore.
I'm not.
we're-
It's just gonna be a.
It wouldn't be the first portal to hell that we found.
Yeah.
So
It's going to be Bellis, I think, depending on when everyone gets there, it's going to be a very interesting situation.
I've wanted to go to Belmitz for a long time.
Yeah, because Bellis has been
I
introduced.
I tried to push everyone to go to Belmitz, but then we went to Whispering Bluffs and met the worst person in the campaign. So that's on you guys. Like,
Yeah.
I had my own motivations. I was like, I really want to go there. It
Yeah.
seems like a real cool place. Let's
It's-
go.
It's very like you guys have. I was you guys almost flip-flopped on what I thought the plots were going to be. Because I thought Ren's group was going to be really up against the Unending Faith. Because they basically watched Bomb and all that die through these people. I thought they were going to be like, oh, who the hell are these people? And try to investigate it. Instead, you guys like, hey, we're going to go up to these bluffs and find out about this deity, demigod stuff. While the Friday group thought they're going to stick to the God plot line a little bit and be like, oh, the gods are dying, what's going on here? And then follow that track. And they're on the Unending Faith and the Awakened Mother plot line. Like, fuck Savian.
I mean, we sort of do. I mean, overall, we are against the Unending Faith.
Yeah.
We're just trying, like, instead of directly attacking them, I feel like we're just, like, doing, like, the grandiose version where it's like, let's just fucking save the world, guys. Let's go. Like,
yeah. And I was kind
of way over our head.
I was shocked by that, too. I was like, this is what you guys happen. I was like, they're going to run away. And I'm like, nope. I'm like, okay.
Oh, yeah, you didn't expect us to
hang
out with Morzan?
No, I really didn't. Especially after you guys, like, it was especially after the first time you met him and he was, like, controlling everyone and, like, the, let me paint a picture for the Friday group. I don't know if they watch or listen. They met this guy and they're at a restaurant and this person has charmed and physically control, like, mentally is in control of the whole staff. To the point, like, even the staff who wanted to go to the bathroom just couldn't go. And, like, people were stuck constantly sauteing pans of food and it was just burning in the pan. And, like, people were just doing whatever. And they're like, oh, he's a cool guy. We want to work for him. And I
mean, that attracts me. I'm like, hell yeah.
Rona was not a fan.
Rona was not a fan. And I think Rona still is a fan, which I honestly like. That someone is going to be, like, the checks and balance. Because
yeah, Relna's, I feel like, the most, like, morally set of us all. Well, I mean, Eden, I guess, but her morals, like, I don't know them, if that makes sense. Like, but I feel like Boggs and I are not flip-floppy, but we're just very much like what happened in that moment. Like, just, at least, I don't know, that's the reading I get from you. I don't really know if that's just kind of like address it when it happens sort of thing. Rather than be like, I'm going to think this out.
Do good, but has a hard time keeping it straight.
Yeah. Remember that time that you fucking broke that dude's crossbow in front of him or whatever? Like,
okay, that wasn't evil. That was just...
Well, we literally... Didn't you kill a dude?
She killed one guy, and it was a very, like, profound moment, I felt like, in Boggs.
Yeah.
I murdered that man.
Yeah, because he was, like... He was crawling away or whatever. Boggs was just like, no, we're killing you. And I was like,
we were going to let him go, and then he said something about me being a dirty goblin, and I murdered him.
Yeah.
I mean, fair.
Well, he was asking for it at that point.
Yeah, no, he was.
Yeah.
Because, like, it was my introduction to, like, not my introduction, but, like, my, like, hey, there's some people that just are fucked up, and they're racist, and they're bad, and they're going to stick with that. Did that happen after Outside Fenris? Yes, Outside Fenris.
It was on the way to Wait, did we went to Fenris and then Whispering Bluffs, right?
Yeah.
I kind of forget the whole Fenris thing because we didn't really do much there. I don't remember.
You didn't do much because Eden told you guys not to stay there.
Because we met Sabian or whatever.
Yeah.
And Eden was like very angry, and I was like, we need to leave, guys. Let's just go and not stay here.
Yeah.
Like, if Eden's mad, there's something going on. Like, because I don't understand Eden's motives at all. Like, as a character, like, she is very, like, confusing for, at least for Fenjion, as someone who, like, is supposed to study people. It's like, she's very, like, I don't know why you do things.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that,
me.
and I am loving it sometimes, her witchy voice.
Yeah. Also, so I don't know if you guys know, but she's a warlock, but she says she's a cleric. Because she's the, what are they, like, divine? I don't know what.
The Celestial Pact?
I get, yeah. So she can heal and stuff. So she pretends to be a cleric, which I play up a lot. Like, anytime there's someone hurt, I'm like, oh, don't worry. We have a cleric here that can help you.
Yeah.
Like, go, cleric. Do your cleric things. And she's like, yeah, totally a cleric. Definitely going to do that. It's like, And she just like throws Eldritch Blasts around, so it's like you're
I know.
clearly not.
I know. Let's see.
Well, I actually gotta get going because I have to get back.
Yeah,
to
no,
work.
I was thinking about that too. Like, I have, but
I got podcast in half an hour,
So I think this might be any last questions before we call it a night? No.
Who's your
well-
favorite player? No.
Zord
favorite?
does
Pick your favorite.
Zord does enjoy popcorn, and he also does have a secret purpose.
I knew it.
That was not actually answered, but it's
Exciting.
yes to both.
Yeah.
You just have to tune in to find out.
There you
I'm gonna
go.
make bombs.
But
Oh.
and I.
Who's your favorite? Who's your favorite, Rich?
Oh man, it's time
Who do
to
you
go.
love most, Dad?
Yeah. Who's your favorite kid?
Oh my God, it's time to go, guys.
Mhm.
It's like inspiration only works.
Yeah.
I think during the crossover, we should all say we're not playing until he picks one. It's a
Oh.
protest. That
Oh.
section,
Yes.
you have to pick a favorite, or we
Extortion.
won't play.
And then he just kills us all.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
like,
An asteroid hits the planet, you're all dead.
let's. See. Oh, you know.
Right now he's gonna plan a guest for the crossover
Yep.
to show
I'm like,
up.
yours!
This is my favorite, your long lost sibling.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
He
my
can't do that
God.
without me knowing.
If you're looking for someone to rate, I think April is streaming right
She
now.
is. I am about to rate her. So I'm going to rate
Pog.
April, a very good friend and co-cast. And if we call it a night, hope everyone enjoyed us rambling on about our game.
Yeah.
Come check us out Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, or I don't know the other time zone because I'm in Eastern. Or you can check us out Wednesday, 6 p.m. Eastern, and then math.
Mhm.
But really,
5 p.m. Central.
5 p.m. Central, 4 p.m.
An hour earlier.
Mountain, yeah. All that good stuff, math stuff. I don't know time zones. But it was a lot of fun. I hope we all learned a little bit. And I'll see you guys all later throughout the week. Have a good night.
Goodbye.
Good night.